Is Obadiah up there? I shoot him a text. All right, Saints, Most High Christ bless somebody.
All right, let's get to it. All praises into the Most High Israel for giving us the spirit to come here and fellowship, keep His commandments, and learn what His will is. All right, so all praises. All right. Hey guys, so today's lesson is going to be about the Day of Simon. We have the Day of Simon coming up. Should be next weekend. That way we get the gist of it, some understanding pertaining to it, and we get out in front of it, and we're not chasing it. Before we get started, I want to kind of, hey, shalom out there. Time Christ bless everybody. All right, I want to encourage everybody in a good way. Glasses. Spoke to a few people about weight maintenance and things like that. You know, I spoke to somebody a few days ago, and I didn't know that I guess I should have, but you know, my eating habit, they literally, and it's not even somebody in this assembly. What's going on with this? There's nobody in this assembly, but they were able to call my eating habits out by watching, you know, dietary pictures and stuff like that. They went down the line. They say you went from this to this to this to this to this, and I'm sitting here mentally like, oh, okay, you right, you got it right. So I do what works for me, and I learn from it and grow from it. But I found myself telling somebody something, several people that was very educational over the last couple of days, that I really don't know when I started this time. This time around, I really don't know where I started. If I had to guess, then it would just be literally a guess, and I probably would be wrong. I just know I started. But what was important was that I'm done counting the weeks and the months, projecting, oh, I'm gonna go into the end. I'm done. So I want to just let it be a change, a permanent change. Now, of course, I have to incorporate certain things back into, because I'm literally eating nothing. I'm just walking away from everything to get, you know, and oftentimes, you know, there are some health critics that say, you know, when you do that, you just crash and then you really go back. And that is true. You do crash and, you know, you go back. I can just go back to eating macaroni and hamburgers and sandwiches and stuff like that. And the way to come flying on, and I'll be the Sham Shawan that y'all used to seeing in 2 months or 3 weeks. It literally happened like that. But, you know, the objective is to create a change that you can live with. And that's, you know, so the reason why I'm mentioning it is not because I'm trying to talk about my health journey, but I thought about from a spiritual from a spiritual aspect, that once you create the change that you can live with, be the person that you want to see in others. Pay attention. That's weighty right there. I didn't know I would say that. Be the person that you want to see in others. Be the person that you want to be. That takes hard work and sacrifice and discipline. Strive to be that person, not for today. Because, like spiritual, I think that I am spiritually, I think that we keep track of time. I've been doing good for a week. I've been doing good for some days. I ain't spazzed out. I ain't cursed the MF out. I ain't used this. I ain't used that. Now let's just say for the week. For the week, you notice that you've had success. You've had success. So instead of counting a week, just tell yourself, without cussing somebody out, I didn't curse him out. I didn't curse her out. I've had what? I've had success. That right there, when you talk about how you've had success, you're not counting the days no more. You've counted and realizing what, Corey? That you've had success. And that's the taste of victory. The scriptures say this is the victory, that we've had over the world, even our faith. So now we begin to believe that we are going to continue to have faith, or we're going to continue to have the victory, or we're going to continue to have success, because we're going to continue not cursing him out, not cursing her out. We're going to continue that. If I continue that, I'm going to have what? Jeremiah.
Success.
I'm going to have success. But as soon as you cuss them out, you're not going to have success. You really not. The same way that you keep yourself from cutting yourself with that blade. You're chopping vegetables. You already know that if you ain't paying attention and you chop, and you moving fast or you doing something, you already know what's going to happen because you've done it before. Everybody been cut by a box cutter, some type of knife, somebody. So and foolishly with us not paying attention, it's like, I ain't doing that again. Every time I cut myself, I get stitches. Now I've cut myself so deep before all the way through my hand with a grinding blade, the thickness about 3/8, or so you can understand the thickness of your pencil or your pen. I'm halfway through. Oh, it went in. So it wasn't no paper cut. Oh yeah, I had to go. I had to go to the hospital. They had to sew that thing up to where it and was looking crunched in like that. So this is to like have you to feel let's not count days. Let's acknowledge our success in the hardest of times, in the grimiest of times. You can start, if those of you that you starting from day one, if today is the day, okay, today is the day. If yesterday was the day, instead of it being yesterday or today, is what, Jabril? Success. I don't want you thinking about it. I want you to know it. Success. No more yesterday and today and day and day. Success, because success is greater than the days that you counted. Believe it. Trust me on that. The days that you count, days of fail. But that success, that's charity. You display a spiritual resilience of spiritual behavior, strength, strong behavior, and that never fails. That's all you, baby. That's all you. You're like, I did it. I did it. But as soon as you think about the weeks, you give credit to the weeks. Give credit to you, like success. I'm having success. I am this type of person now. I'm trying to just make it make sense. So, excuse me if it's not making sense to some of you, but those of us that need it, and I'm one that need it. Those of us that need it, it should be making sense. All right. So, all right. So their assignment. Let's start. Let's go to the first chapter of Maccabees. I mean, not first chapter. Chapter 13. First Maccabees 3. Any questions about success? Any questions about success? What are we having success from? Abaya?
Experience, getting it right, successful experience.
Successful experience. That's right. Getting it right. See the top. No. You blow it out. Just blow it out and then you can smother it. Yeah. So this guy here, for those of you that don't know, I guess I'll show you. He is one of the Maccabees. Go to the second chapter in the first verse. He was a great man in Israel. He was born into a great family. And that's what the Most High is trying to establish here in Israel now. He was born into a great family. Great families start with great men. Great men start with a sacrifice. That's right. Denying ungodliness and worldly lust. What is the ungodliness? The traditions of the world, the philosophies of the world. And what is the lust? The temptations. And a woman that's not for you. A woman that's not for you. As a man, you cannot confuse women mentally. Let's see, how can I put this? A woman that's not for you. You have to deny that worldly lust, and you have to refrain yourself from that until the Most High delivers you the bride that is for you. And there you'll sow your seed, and then the Lord will have a godly seed, and you will have, like it says in Ecclesiastes 26. What about the stock? Without going there, let's guess it. Let's try and figure it out. Having confidence of their good descent, something like that, right? Yeah. Yeah, you will not be in a relationship that you're convicted by. You're always trying to clear your conscience. There's so many. No, don't do that. You just need patience on your time, patience on your side. That's what you need. So it starts with you, a great man, the gift from the Most High, a godly seed. Bring them up in the admonition and admonition of the Most High. That is the correction and direction. And lead and guide them there, and hope and pray that the same thing happens, with that. And then, but you brothers with daughters, man, scriptures say, give her to a man of understanding. That's going to be another job right there. Now you got to make sure that she don't just strays off into the world and she just gets somebody with big eyes and long hair and pretty eyes and stuff like that, things that men go for, right? So you want to make sure that you give, well, I know I just kind of said that out backwards, but you want to make sure that you give your daughter to a man of understanding, right? And that she don't just go for anybody, that a man that just looks, nice to her and things like that. So that's a challenge right there. Okay. So 1 Maccabees 2:1, in those days arose Mattathias, the son of John, the son of Simeon, of the priests of the sons of Jorah, from Jerusalem. So these guys were Levi, and dwelt at Modin. So let's see. John is one father, Simeon is another father, and Simeon came out of the lineage of Jorah. That's 3. So 4 generations later. He was on point. If we go astray, right? If we go astray, what is your 4th generation? What would your 4th generation look like? What if we were Jorah and we're making carnal decisions, we're deceived, serving lust, we're in the world, we chasing parties, we're chasing the trap life. We'll call Simeon to go off, because Simeon will be a product of the environment that we set, and then John will be a product of the environment that his father set, most likely, and then Mattathias. So then there's no heroes in the whole the Maccabees is set up, because this is a bloodline, a lineage that was brought up by the Spirit because of their sacrifice. And the story is being told because of their sacrifice. They never knew that they was writing history with their actions. And right now, you're writing history with your actions. What you're doing is writing history. And Most High's will in the kingdom, these things, they should be wrote about. What is it going to say about you? I'm hoping something good. If the Most High chooses to use your life as an example, I'm hoping and praying that the epistle of brother so on and so forth, that is dynamic and explosive and is full of faith and full of good works and full of light and full of example and full of sacrifice, to where it will compel millions of millions to walk after you. Just like, you know how many people read the book of Maccabees, man? Millions of millions. Read this. And these guys were clueless that they would be setting some unprecedented example like this. They did it because they loved the Most High and they were about their people. And that's what we teach her. For you to love the Most High, man, and do it. Be about your people. Be a part of the solution, not contribute to a problem of ignorance, self-gluttony. I'm a glutton. I'm just going to do what I want to do. That stuff is over, man. We ain't children no more. Toddlers, we men. When is a man in Israel going to stand up and have principles and morals and say, I'm doing this because this is the right thing to do? Man, I'm going to sacrifice. I'm going to do this so my brother can live. Here, brother, I'm going to pick you up. Jeremiah, what's it say? I don't want to go there. I don't want to get sidetracked. Supplant. Every brother will utterly supplant. Supplanting days are over. This is the lift up game. This is, I'm doing it so you can see, brother. I'm doing it for you, man. I'm doing it so you can understand, brother. I'm giving it up so you can see strength in me, brother. I'm going to give it all up, brother. I'm going to set the example, a tone, a pace, something that you can see, brother. Come on, man. This is lift one another up time. Not the disgusting ways of the world. That's a trap that's set out by the enemies that brought us here on slave ships, man. That's their behavior, man. That's their lifestyle. That's why the Lord said he got the lake that burning with fire set for them, and then extinction after they build this planet back up. After we work them, they going into extinction. They want to say, oh, the dinosaurs in extinction. Say hi to them. All right, excuse me, I'm on live and stuff, showing natural. Say hi to him. And he had 5 sons. First Maccabees 2, verse 2. He had 5 sons. Jonathan, called Cadus. Simon, called Thassi. So that's who that's what we're going to be reading about. But his other sons, Judas, called Maccabeus, Eleazar, called Avaran, and Jonathan, whose surname was Alphas. Or Apis, something like that. Jump over to verse 64. That's right. You go. Okay. I'm going to read 51, and then I'm going to boom, 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 boom. I'm going to go down the line. I'll just do that. No, don't mind me, guys. On top of my guy. Call to remembrance what acts our Father did in their time. So that's, when I, give you some exhortation, this is what I'm saying. Hey, man, look at what these people did. Call to remembrance what acts our Father did in their time. So shall ye receive great honor and an everlasting name. Why? Because you will be doing what they're doing. So during the times of all of these men that he's naming, these men also lived in perilous times. Times where the Gentiles, they had their thing going, they flowed in riches and they flow in wealth and they had good times. But the saints of the Most High were supposed to be taught the commandments of the Most High. They were supposed to stay in the laws of the Most High. And they also were supposed to have teachers and examples, fruitful examples that they can choose from, not examples of men that are wavering and double-minded and going two ways and holding the word of the Most High deceitfully. You doing it and you making people think that what you're doing is right. Well, what you're doing is wrong. What you're doing is wrong. You making people think you make it look good. You dressing up sin. No. There's only one way. That's the way of the Most High. So you got to filter and weed out, diminish your way, impart in everything, and get down to that. And then you're going to have great honor because now people are going to see which way is up. And you're going to be known as, this is the man of God. Okay? It goes from Abraham, Joseph, Phineas, Joshua, Caleb, David, Elijah, etc. Ananias, Azarias, and Mishael, Daniel in verse 60, verse 61, and thus consider you throughout all ages that none that put their trust, that's the sacrifice. They denied the world because they felt that, okay, the Most High is going to take care of me for denying the world. They put their trust in him shall be overcome. You're not going to be overcome. Meaning the thing that you think will get out of hand won't happen. But the stuff that you think, oh, it's going to happen, it's not going to happen. You're going to be okay. You're going to be good. It's what he's saying. He did it because this is Mattathias. Mattathias was thinking way past. Look how far back he went. He's teaching his children, his sons. You understand? He's teaching them. He got the wisdom and the understanding to teach them. For not then the words of a sinful man, for the glory shall be dung and worms. That's true. Somebody talking and ragging and going on and on. We're not to have fear, not to fear that or fear them. That's what they're going to get. They're going to be dead, even though they might be fussing and cussing or etc. So he's teaching his sons not to have fear because he knows that his sons have got to stand up and they got to take charge. And I know that you guys got to stand up and you got to take charge. Before you could take charge, you got to humble yourself. And you can't be afraid to let go of your way and your mind in this world. It's not possible for you to live. Let me make sure I say this right. Although many people think it's possible. When something is for you, the Most High is going to make sure it's for you. One of the number one things that men stumble over is the woman. they feel like I gotta be happy. I gotta be happy with this before I could do anything. It's almost like a job. You know how people they can't do nothing if they don't have a job. They don't have no money. They didn't have to make that check, and that check took care of their bills, and they had some to save and some to put in the pocket. Then they happy enough to go out and do something. You know, they got to be doing nothing wrong, but then I'm happy to go. I can go where you want trying to go to. You trying to go out to eat. You trying to go to the store. You trying to go get pampered, get nails done, get hair done. You trying to go. What do you say? Go shoe shopping. You know, hey, people, I need a job to do all of that. If they don't have the money to do all of that, they're not happy. I can't do that. There's men that feel like they cannot be happy in this truth without a woman. There are men with women that cannot find happiness in the truth if home is a train wreck. Can't get right. Your disagreement with her, your fallout with her, you can't be spiritual and put her because you're too focused on that. I tell you, that's the wrong mindset to be. That's like saying Adam was not happy. Adam knew nothing about women. Right? He knew nothing about a woman. The Most High brought him this creature, brought him this woman. Like, Lord, like, this is what I'm giving her to you as a gift. They didn't even know they was naked. The Spirit of the Lord had to tell him, this is what you do with this woman. You can be happy on your journey if you focus on the Most High, and then the Most High will bring it to you without you looking for it. So it's not what I was going to say, the words I was looking for, that it's not possible. It's not possible for that not to happen. It's just not possible. It's going to happen, seeing the Lord said it is not good that man should be alone. It is not possible for it not to happen. All you got to do is walk. Many people frustrate themselves along the path, and they stress the Most High along the path for their lack of understanding and their lack of faith and their lack of trust. Like words like this, what I'm saying, it go in one ear and out the other ear because it don't involve. Look at the word. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's finna get into my ear. I'm one of these guys. I'm one of the men. And the words, because it don't have woman attached to it, and instructions are, well, this is what you do. You see, it just leaped over the head. It leaped over the head. It kept going like, you can miss me with that. When it should go in and it should stay there, and you should believe in that. So, verse 61. Consider throughout all ages that none that put their trust in him should be overcome. Verse 63, verse 64, get to the point. Wherefore, ye my sons, be violent, meaning be strong, right? And show yourselves men in the behalf of the law. For by it ye shall obtain glory. Okay, what is the glory that they're gonna obtain? It's not a trick question. You can, you might have several different perspectives, but there is something that I want to, speak on according to the scriptures. Can we get some ventilation on the doors? Okay. Lord,
glory is that they'll change. The glory is that they'll see the change in you.
That they'll see the change. Okay, so let me read it one more time. Wherefore ye my sons, be violent and show yourselves men in the behalf of the law. So in this point right here, they needed to be strong, and they needed not to back down and help the people, right? So he's saying to show yourself on the behalf of the law. So then you'd have to figure out, well, what law is he talking about? So now find a law that he could be talking about. What law could he be talking about? In all fairness, there will be many laws, but just find one pertaining to what law could he be talking about? He's exhorting them to do something. Given part of the answer, now you just got to find something that he could be referring them to, that they have got to feel responsible. That's another key.
Galatians 6.
Who is it?
Galatians 6.
Galatians 6. Okay, what does it say?
Galatians chapter 6 and verse 1. It says, Brethren, if a man be overtaken in a fault, ye which are spiritual, restore such a one in the spirit of meekness, considering thyself, lest thou also be tempted.
That's forcing. That's
Forcing.
yeah. It's got something to do with restoration, but it's not really a good fit. You know. I'll put us in the ballpark. An example: Leviticus 10. So Leviticus 10 and I'll start at verse 8. The Lord spake unto Aaron, saying, Do not drink wine nor strong drink, thou nor thy sons with thee, when you go into the tabernacle of the congregation, lest you die. So I'm not using this to talk about, I'm just starting where the Most High is giving instructions, because the Lord spake. So it has nothing to do with wine or strong drink. It says, It shall be a statute forever through all your generations, and that you may put a difference between holy and unholy, and unclean and clean. So let's take the part of putting a difference between holy and unholy, and clean and unclean. Remember how in 1 Ezra 4, what happened to the priests during those times?
Greeks came in.
Right.
They start forsaking the altar.
Right. They forsook the altar. They despised the sacrifice. It wasn't good enough no more.
Right.
You understand? And we went through scriptures. Like, let's get it. Let's see some squinches and stuff like that.
Second Maccabee?
Is it second?
Yeah.
Okay, that's why you was going. I thought you left your glasses. Boy, you need to get them. Which one is it on?
Second Maccabees 4 and 14.
Okay. Oh, I went to Ezra. All right. Second Maccabees 4.
Can you hit the back door and open it? Let's go.
Yeah, Second Maccabees 4:14. I started 13. Now, such was the height of Greek fashions. So Esau is on a rampant. An increase of heathenistic manners. So around the city of Jerusalem, everybody was acting like heathens. Okay, they was acting like all the other nations. They began to walk like them, talk like them, behave like them, do things like them. Through the exceeding profaneness of Jason, now Jason set himself to be a leader, right? That ungodly wretch and no high priest. So he set himself up as high priest. He contended with the Greeks for the office, but he wasn't really a high priest, because a high priest, when you read the book of Malachi, says the priest's lips should keep knowledge and they should seek the law at his lips, for he is the messenger of the Most High, not the messenger of the Greeks. Your ministry and what you do should not revolve around Esau. Okay? That the priest had no character to serve anymore at the altar. It wasn't that they were afraid, it just wasn't desirable to them now, because they had that Greek lifestyle in them. You understand? But despising the temple. So they hated the temple now. So they hated working for you. They hated dealing with you. They hated listening to you. They didn't give a dang about your problems, your miscarries. You had a problem at home, they didn't care about you, man. They didn't care about you. And neglecting the sacrifices. You show up to sacrifice, ain't nobody there. They didn't care. Hasten, meaning they were in a hurry to be a partaker of the unlawful allowance in the place of exercise after the game of discus called them forth. So what were they doing? They were there participating in Greek fashions, being coaches and things like that, and trying to figure out how they could exploit and get revenue like that, quicker revenue. They wanted to get back into the field of working and exploitation and stuff like that. All right. So remember, even during the time of Yahushua, Ariah had asked a question. I never did get a chance to deal with his question pertaining about anger and how the Christ went in and he overturned the tables. He didn't have to be angry to overturn the tables. He just overturned them, because he said that his father's house is supposed to be a house of prayer, but they turned it into a place, a den of thieves. So were they supposed to be dealing in money in that magnitude? The answer is no. They were supposed to be dealing with sacrifices, and that was their reward. Not trying to be like everybody else, setting up shops, running business. So the Lord just turned it over and drove him out, say, you got to go. He didn't have to be vexed and angry and out of the spirit to do that. So that is not an exception. He wasn't like that. All right. So this is what they were on. All right. So we all see that, right? Now let's go back to Leviticus chapter 10. In verse 10, that you may put a difference between holy and unholy, between clean and unclean, that ye may teach the children of Israel all the statutes which the Lord has spoken unto them by the hand of Moses. Now, let's go back to First Maccabees, chapter 2. Unless you come up with something like that, this is the angle that we're looking for. And 64. 264. Wherefore, ye my sons, be violent and show yourselves men in the behalf of the law. So when you go through laws, the laws were given to them to bring forth to the children of Israel. The laws are telling you to teach and be some form of example. Be strong in that. Don't forsake your duty and forsake your responsibility when it comes to dealing with the children of Israel. Not only is you to teach, but you're supposed to stand up, and they were even to fight for him. That's what he was trying to tell. So that's if you're gonna find a precept, you gotta find a precept that's instructing them, that's giving them instructions what to do towards Israel. Don't forsake that and say, well, I don't want to do that. Okay.
Sham,
Yes, sir.
is Deuteronomy 13 a new one?
Deuteronomy 13. Which part of Deuteronomy 13?
Like, I guess the point is, because I would have started at 6 and it came down to about 10. Verse 9.
Deuteronomy 13 and 6. No, let's use something that's instructing their job to the priesthood. You know. So I'll give us another one you can use. Deuteronomy 30. You go to the 3rd chapter. Deuteronomy 3 and 1, it says, then we turned and went up the way to Bashan, and Og, the king of Bashan, came out against us. You shut the front door? Because they loud. Oh, okay. He and all his people, wait till they get a little man, and battled at Eldron, or Ariah. And the Lord said unto me, fear not him, Fear him not, for I will deliver him, meaning this king of Bashan, and all his people and his land into thy hand, and thou shalt do unto him as thou didst unto Sihon, king of Amorites, which dwelt at Heshbon, or Hezbon. So the Lord our God delivered into our hands Og, also king of Bashan, and all his people, and we smote him until none was left to him remaining. And we took all his cities. At that time, there was not a city which we took not from them. 80 cities, meaning 60 cities. Wow. Israel was on a rampage, brother. They was marching. All the region of Argob, the kingdom of Og in Bashan. All these cities were fenced with high walls, gates, and bars, beside unwalled towns, a great many. That's like going from here to Lake St. Louis. Or how many you can just count all these different cities, and we were bad to the bone, man. And we utterly destroyed them, as we did unto Sihon, king of Heshbon, utterly destroying the men, women, and children of every city. So they were killing. That's what totally destroying them, killing men, women, and children. But all the cattle and the spoil of the cities we took for a prey to ourselves. So when they did that, whose do you think were popping up in all those cities? Israelites. Yeah. You didn't just leave them vacant. It became your land. All right. And we took at the time out of the hand of the two kings of the Amorites the land that was on this side Jordan, from the river of Arnon unto Mount Hermon, which Hermon and the Sidonians call Sirion, and the Amorites call it Shinar. All the cities of the plain and all Gilead and Bashan unto Salchar and Adria, cities of the kingdom of Og and Bashan. For only Og, king of Bashan, remained of the remnant of giants. Behold, his bedstead was a bedstead of iron. Is it not in Rabbath of the children of Ammon? 9 cubits was the length thereof, and 4 cubits the breadth thereof, after the cubit of a man. And this land which we possessed at that time from Ariah, which is by the river Arnon, and half Mount Gilead, and the cities thereof, gave I unto the Reubenites and to the Gadites. And the rest of Gilead and all Bashan, being the kingdom of Og, gave I unto the half tribe of Manasseh. So you see, Israelites was popping up. That's what this is telling you. They would, when they was destroying these people, killing them, they took the land. They didn't just leave it desolate. And all the region of Argob, and with all Bashan, which is called the land of giants. Jor, the son of Manasseh, took all the country of Argob unto the coast of Geshurah and Ma'akhathah, and called them after his own name, Bashan Havajar, unto this day. And I gave Gilead unto Machar, or Mashai, and unto the Gileadites, unto the Gadites, gave I from Gilead unto the river Argon half the valley, and the border even unto the river Jokbah, which is the border of the children of Ammon. I know it's quite a bit of reading, but it's coming to the point. The plain also, and Jordan, and the coast thereof, from Chinnereth even unto the sea of the plain, even the salt sea, and the Ashdod Pagat, eastward. And I commanded you at that time, saying, the Lord your God have given you this land to possess it, You shall go over armed before your children, armed. You shall go over armed before your brethren, the children of Israel, all that are meet for war. So he's instructing them. I understand that we might be looking for a law, thou shalt do this and thou shalt do that. But this precept is instruction. If you refuse to do this precept, then you are not following the instruction of this, and you will be considered, you are breaking the law. You're breaking something that you're being commanded to do. That you're being commanded to do this. So this is what so in reference to him telling them to do things like that, I feel that this is in reference to what he's saying. It's more. But your wives and your little ones and your cattle, for I know that you have much cattle, shall abide in your cities, which I have given you. So once you get set up, the women and children and the cattle and your substance, they'll stay behind. But you must keep moving forward. You got to go fight, bro. That's what he's telling them. Until the Lord have given rest unto your brother. So you have got to fight until the Most High gives you rest. Until the Most High said there's no more fighting to be done. It is enough. It's a done deal. You stop when the Most High say stop. You go where the Most High go. If you don't do that, you are going against the commandment of the Most High. The Most High commanded you to do this. All right. Now, moving forward, it says, unto the Lord have given rest unto you, as well as unto you, or your brother, as well as to you, and until they also possess the land which the Lord your God have given them beyond Jordan. So you cannot fight. Let's say, for instance, it's 50 of us, and then 25 of us have been placed. And now we still got many cities to take. We still got much land. We got a lot of fighting to do. And the 25 that has been placed, now they get the itis. Negro, was you tired before you got the land? No, you wasn't tired. You was fighting trying to get something. Now all of a sudden you talking about Pumpkin. She better sit her behind down. Back, let's go, man. I don't want to hear. Let's go. All of y'all, let's go. Leave that stuff. Let's go. That's what he's dealing with. All right. Let's see. Where do we stop at? 20 or 21?
20.
Unto the Lord have given rest unto your brethren as well as unto you. See? Not just you, but also who, Corey? Your brethren. So he got to give rest unto the brothers too. Everybody understand? Until they also possess the land. Right? Okay. Which the Lord have given them beyond Jordan. Because you got yours, you said. And then shall you return every man into his possession, which I have given unto you. Don't return before it's early. This is law. You cannot stop fighting. You got to keep going. And I commanded Joshua. See? That's not written in the form of thou shalt this and thou shalt that. I commanded Joshua at that time, saying, thine eyes have seen all that the Lord your God have done unto these two kings. So shall the Lord do unto all these kingdoms, whether thou possess them. So if this is Moses saying that he commanded Joshua, why would he be telling Joshua this? Not that in respect that Joshua wanted to stay behind, but Joshua needed to do what? Think. What did Joshua need to do? Yashar. Okay. Anybody know what did Joshua need to do? Why would he be telling Joshua that?
That would need to continue on with the rest of it.
Nope. I said that, so I had to take that off the table.
Okay.
There's no need to tell Joshua. Joshua is about it, about it. He is about that. He is Moses's. He gonna take the place. He is Moses now. He gonna take the place of Moses, man. You ain't got to tell Joshua what to do, bro. Joshua is dirty.
So Joshua got to tell everybody else.
There you go. Say it loud like you know.
Joshua got to teach that to everybody else.
Joshua got to confirm. He got to be the voice and say, you go through and you make sure you tell everybody, get y'all butts up and keep moving forward. Don't get stuck in because you got settled and this was given to you. Now you talking about you finna just make it right. Nah, you can make it right when the fighting is over. You can leave, what's her name? Punk Pudding. You can leave Pudding behind and she can straighten up. She can make up the 10. Oh, well, she don't know what, bro. Let's go. Let's go. 10 on the ground and everything. Pudding need to ask Pumpkin to help her set this up. We got to go, man. All right. Verse 22. So shall ye not fear them, for the Lord your God shall fight for you. And I besought the Lord at that time, saying, O Lord God, thou hast began to show thy servant thy greatness. What was the greatness? That the nations would fall under his will, strength, and power, that he would endue the people with the spirit to have success, all of that. And thy mighty hand. For what God is there in heaven or in earth that can do according to thy works and according to thy might? What was the works that he was doing, Siobhan? Teaching the people?
Or telling them.
Yeah, I think you're on the wrong track. The right track would be trying to figure out who we're talking about. We're talking about the Most High. He is the one with these works. And Moses is saying, "Oh Lord God," that's at the top of the verse, verse 24. You have began to show thy servant thy greatness. He's saying, Moses saying, I see, and your mighty hand. What God is there in heaven or on earth that can do according to your works? What works?
Leading the people or
Bring down what? Kingdoms. Bring down kingdoms. Because remember all the land that they taken over, that's by the hand of Yahweh. That's by the hand of the Most High. Right now in our time, Trevon, man, you hit it. Right now in our time, we don't got nothing, right? Look at me. We ain't got nothing, right? If we begin to take from here to far as we know, wouldn't men be like, oh, praises to the Most High, I can't believe it. It would be amazing and astonishing if we're fighting and people are not dying, but we're actually, the hand is on the other foot, right? Hand, you know what I'm saying? Situation in reverse. We're destroying people and we're taking land, and we got so much, we got blocks and small cities and this side of town and that side of town, and men is claiming this stuff. Wouldn't you be like, all praises to the Most High? You can't just give man that praise. Man don't have the insight to do that. So that's what he's talking about. He's showing, the Most High showed him his power. He remembered it from Egypt. But then it got even more extensive because now they are possessing the earth. All right, everybody follow me so far. All right. Now, and according to thy might, verse 25, I pray thee, let me go over and see the good land that is beyond Jordan, that goodly mountain and Lebanon, But the Lord was wroth with me for your sakes. Pay attention. And would not hear me. So, although Moses did much work, the Most High didn't let the fact go that he stepped out of bounds. And the Lord said unto me, let it suffice thee, speak no more unto me of this matter, sorry. So he didn't get a chance to go into the land of Israel.
Yeah, Moses did. Yeah.
He didn't get a chance to go into the land of Israel. Hey guys, let's stop it so we don't end up in a situation to where you get rejected, you get denied. You cannot sin until this day. It's where the Lord said, don't even talk to me about this matter no more. Straight up. You just use it. And for those of you that are wondering, am I at that point now? I don't know. Do you know? For you to know, I'm just saying maybe you should stop sinning. You should stop it. Don't let your conscience condemn you. Your conscience cannot condemn good works. There are people that do bad things, you know you bad, and now you want to ask somebody else about what your status is while you continue to make a decision to do bad things. Maybe your conscience is right. You're going to be jacked up. It can only feed off of your behavior. What did I just say, Yashar?
It can only feed your bad behavior.
It can only feed off your bad behavior. If you don't feed it bad behavior, then your conscience have nothing to condemn you. It has nothing to say. See, you did this. You know, the most I feel like that, you're going to get that. Da, 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 da. It has nothing because you're not doing that. Nothing from nothing is nothing. Do something good. Make that decision. Make that conscious choice. You see? So nobody knows. So you don't have to vex or stress or keep asking another human being what's up with you while you are making a choice. Your conscience will tell you what's going on with you. Make better choices. Your conscience will produce better thoughts. Period. So, let's see. Verse 27, get thee up into the mount and lift up thine eyes westward, northward, and southward, and eastward, and behold it with your eyes. But thou shalt not go over this Jordan. But charge Joshua and encourage him and strengthen him, for he shall go over before this people, and he shall cause them to inherit the land which thou shalt see. Okay. Is it Numbers? Okay. One more, and then Tawada got one. Numbers chapter 32. Numbers chapter 32 and 1. Now the children of Reuben and the children of Gad had a very great multitude of cattle. And when they saw the land of Jazar, so they were placed. This is what Moses had placed them. And the land of Gilead, that behold, the place was a place for cattle. For they had a great multitude. Pay attention. And the children of Gad and the children of Reuben came and spake unto Moses and to Eleazar the priest, unto the princes of the congregation, saying, Torah, Debron, and Jazar, and Nimrah, and Heshbon, and Elilah, and Shebam, and Nebo, and Beon, even the country which the Lord smote before the children of Israel is a land for cattle. And thy servants have cattle. Wherefore, said they, if we have found grace in thy sight, what do you think that means? What does that sound like? Let this land be given unto thy servants for a possession, and bring us not over Jordan. And Moses said unto the children of Gad and the children of Reuben, shall your brethren go to war? And shall ye sit here?
Mhm.
You see? So Remember the other examples about, I got the land, let me stay back and I'm gonna help put it and stuff, set up and get stuff right. This is what these guys was like. And Moses said, shall your brothers go to war and you sit here and do nothing? And get out there. Get out there. So he's exhorting these guys to do something. All right. So go ahead.
Also, to add to it, another thing the Levites did, Exodus 32. So something that Mattathias also could have been reminding them to do, because what did he tell them to do? What word did he use? Valiant, remember? And then, so he's telling them this. He told them this after what he did. So remember what Mattathias did. Who remember what he did? Right, he killed the man on the altar. So Exodus 32 and I started 25. 23. I started 23. So it says, for they said unto me, make us gods. So this is Aaron, which should go before us. For as for this Moses, the man that brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we would not is become of him. And I said unto them, wherefore hath any gold, let them break it off. So they break it me. Then I cast it into the fire, and there came out this calf. So now it says, and when Moses saw that the people were naked, for Aaron had made them naked unto their shame among their enemies. So now here's the part here. 26. So Moses is a Levite, right? And Aaron. It says, then Moses stood in the gate of the camp and said, who is on the Lord's side? Let him come unto me. And all the sons of Levi gathered themselves unto him. So who's all proclaiming to be on the Lord's side and standing with Moses? Levi. Okay. So verse 27. And he said unto them, who's the them? The Levites. Thus said the Lord God of Israel, put every man his sword by his side, and go in and out from the gate to gate throughout the camp, and slay every man his brother, every man his companion, and every man his neighbor. And the children of Levi did according to the word of Moses, and there fell of the people that day about 3,000 men. So what manner did the Levites have? So the valiant was that, hey, they didn't play with the sword. So did they take losses? So they were skilled with the sword too, wasn't they? And they enforced, if you broke the law and was worthy of death, you got put to death. And that's the same thing that the Mattathias did. And then who else? The sons. When they gained control through fighting, through war, through the sword, then they use that same sword and cast out all the wicked. You know what I'm saying? So the Levites, so when he's telling them to be valiant, hey man, follow my example. You see me stand up and destroy the idolatry out of this country that the heathens is bringing in, because he didn't just destroy the man, he destroyed his brother as well as the Edomite too. So he knew that they had to be for the people and not let that stuff fly. You know what I'm saying? If you brought idolatry in, they did. You know what I'm saying? The Levites didn't stand back scared and soft, like we're gonna take the back of the line. All the Maccabees brothers, who was Levites, they took the charge. You know what I'm saying? So they was good. They were skillful with the sword as well. So
Right. So let's go back. First Maccabees, chapter 13. I think that was First Maccabees 2 we was finishing. First Maccabees chapter 2.
let them break it off.
Right, 64. Wherefore, ye my sons, be valiant and show yourselves men in the behalf of the law. Because remember, Levites, they had responsibilities. Now we've just learned all this, some of their responsibilities, right? You have to uphold your responsibility and you have to walk inside it. Those laws are only given to these Levites, right? All right, then it says, for by it ye shall obtain glory. You're going to be known as righteous men of the Most High when you stand up for the office that the Most High have appointed you to, and all the little details pertaining to that office. You cannot forsake those responsibilities. Common people, they weren't just, gonna do what you supposed to do. And if there was some that whose spirit the Most High stirred up, all praises. But the responsibility falls on you, is what he's saying, because they have other Levites, that they have to lead, that they have to be an example for. They have to trigger and stir up the spirit of confidence. Remember how the Most High told Moses to encourage and strengthen Joshua, right?
Yeah.
So that's what they would have to do: encourage and strengthen the other men, build their confidence up in the faith that, okay, guys, you could do this, right? And that's what you must do one with another, okay? That's why it's so important for you to be on your walk, for you to be right. Got it? Okay. Now, let's move on. Let's see if there's more here. Yes, it is more of what I needed. So verse 65, and behold, I know that your brother Simon is a man of counsel. See. So a man of counsel is a man that is considerate. He's thoughtful. He weighs things in a balance. He takes the option that is correct, that is right. He's a counselor, right? He thinks differently than other people. He's the person that gives the instruction, that gives the advice, that sees the wiser choice and the better way. That was Simon. Give ear unto him always. He shall be a father unto you, even though he might have been the middle child. He was a father figure because of his wisdom and his experience of success. So he was one likely to succeed. So respect him and give ear to him always. Take what he says and go with that assignment. All right. Now, as for Judas, he have been mighty and strong, even from his youth up. Let him be your captain and fight the battle of your people. See, so they had two different spirits, two different people. One was the muscle, and the one was the brains. The brains gonna get you in and out. The brains it's gonna take you through. Judas just gonna be like, he like old dog. I ain't taking that. Bing, 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 bing. No, I ain't letting that ride. Judas ain't letting nothing ride. He's like going to get him. It had to be Simon, and because he wasn't afraid, right? And that's good to have somebody like that. But then you need somebody that be able to tell you when. Okay, go on, put it on them, and when now. Okay, we're gonna wait until the end. That was Simon. All right. So now let's get it. So now, First Maccabees chapter 3. So guys, when you teach this, you kind of want to go through this, this ensemble of arrangement to try and explain to the person so that they can understand what they're dealing with. Because if not, they'll sit there out of respect and be like, okay, and go through the motion and be wondering like when they can fry some chicken. But other than that, Lawrence like, I was just thinking about some chicken. You must be reading my mind. Oh, praises. You got it thawing out. Like, I got it thawing out. Wait till it get dark. Go right home. All right. Now, so this First Maccabees 13:1. Now, when Simon heard that Tryphon had gathered together a great host to invade the land of Judea, so Israel off and on have wars with the Greeks. Now this Tryphon is going to come together into our land and destroy it, and saw that the people was in great trembling and fear. So people were afraid of the threats, the war, the thought and loss, because they know when this stuff happens, people die. Remember what Israel was doing, how the Most High told them, go through and kill men, women, and children and everything. So that's the way, that's war. They don't, some people were afraid of that. He went up to Jerusalem and gathered the people together and gave them what? Exhortation. Okay, so he's talking to them to be strong and to be courageous and stuff like that. All right. You never let people go down in their mind, trembling, losing hope and faith in the Most High. You always exhortate them when they seem like hopeless or they seem afraid. Any words of fear, exhortation. Nah, brother, lose that. This is the Most High is in control. This is what's going to happen. We're winning this. We got this. You're under the power. You're under the, under the Most High. He got you. Psalms 91. Get off the chain. All right. So he gave them exhortation. Psalms 91 and 1. He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of the Lord, he is my refuge and my fortress, my God, in him will I trust. So despite people threatening you and stuff like that, you gotta exhort the people not to think like that. Surely he shall deliver thee from the snare of the fowler and from the noisome pestilence. He shall cover thee with his feathers, and under his wings shalt thou trust. His truth shall be thy shield and buckler. So this truth is the law, statutes, and commandments, the word. That's going to protect you. So you keeping the law, statutes, and commandments, you can consider yourself safe. Thou shalt not be afraid of the terror by night. They come at nighttime, they dealing horrible. Yeah, but don't be afraid, nor for the arrow that flieth by day. They shooting arrows, fire on the end, the fires to burn you up, the fires to stick you through. You saw it stick somebody else through. Maybe they wasn't keeping the laws faithfully. Maybe they were wavering and double-minded. Maybe this, maybe that, who knows? But as for you, you're supposed to be dealing with the Lord's truth. Nor for the pestilence that walketh in darkness, nor for the destruction that wasteth by noonday. 1,000 shall fall at thy side, and 10,000 at thy right hand, but it shall not come nigh thee. To see 1,000 people die, you're going to be thinking that every time somebody died, it could have been you. Is it going to be you next? And 10,000, you in the land of dead. This is survival of the fittest. Something that helps you survive is the laws, statutes, and the commandments. As priests and coming up, you're supposed to exhort people to keep the faith, keep the laws, statutes, and the commandments. What are you supposed to exhort people to keep, VJ? Right. You're supposed to exhort them to keep that because that's their protection. 1,000, what does it say? 1,000 at thy hand and 10,000 at the feet. Or 1,000 at thy side. I've been next to 1,000 people. I saw all these people die. You got rattled. You wondering when it's gonna come. It might not come to you. Why, man? I'm a commandment keeper. The whole time you going through something, but you've been praying unto the Most High. Remember you, and you got a leg to stand on. You have the confidence that, Lord, you hear my prayer. You know, you're surviving. See how the commandments is your way. That's your survival, man. That's your kit. That's your bulletproof vest. That's your protection. That's your lifeguard if you were in the ocean. That's your boat if you were in deep water. Please don't break those commandments. Don't break the laws. Humble yourself deeply. Submit yourself drastically. That's that. You know, that's the victory. That's your success right there. So this is to give you confidence so that when days come, you can walk through those days and you can survive without being appalled, surprised. But you can be happy that you're able to survive. That, absolutely. And without being overly afraid to where you terrified and you let Satan come in. That's why Simon, he came to the town and he said, I got to exhort everybody. I got to have them remember, man, this is our stability right here. All right. Let's see. But it shall not come near thee. Verse 8, only with thine eyes shalt thou behold and see the reward of the wicked. Because thou hast made the Lord, which is my refuge, even the Most High, the habitation, last verse, there shall no evil befall thee, neither shall any plague come near thy dwelling. That's what Simon was exhorting them. Even though they were seeing 1,000 fall by their side and 10,000 at their feet, they were seeing people die left and right, left and right, left and right. But those same people may have been sinners of our people. And the wages of sin is death. Okay, so now we're going to go back. So who gathered the people together to exhort them both? Joshua, Caleb, or Moses? Right, Simon. You asked me in the form of a question. Simon. All right. So he went up to Jerusalem, verse 3, and gave them exhortation, saying, Ye yourselves know what great things I and my brethren and my father's house have done for the laws and the sanctuary. So he's able to speak with greatness because he's a person that applies. When you speak, you could talk like this when you apply with confidence. The battles also. So what did they do for the laws? They uphold the laws and they taught the laws. What did they do for the sanctuary? They taught in the sanctuary. They helped the people. So the people looking at him knew what type of man he was. This is something that you want to make yourself to be. Pay attention. You guys, this is your opportunity to learn. You don't pay attention, you're going to be out in this world, strung out on the world. Strung out on partying, strung out on alcohol, strung out on fashion. You'll be strung out, man. So him and his father, they did everything for the laws and the sanctuary. That's other people. The battles also and troubles which we have seen. When trouble came to town, they absorbed it. They dealt with it. Verse 4, by reason whereof all of my brethren are slain for Israel's sake, and I am left alone. So his brothers lost their lives. He said for Israel's sake. So they died in the truth. They died following what's right. They didn't die. They went off into the world and the Most High killed them for being in sin. No. Now, therefore, it be far from me that I should spare my own life at any time of trouble. So now they're in trouble. How would he spare his own life? By going home and not dealing with it and letting the heathen come in. And when they come in, threaten the people, and the people have no courage to stand up and try and put forth some resistance and try and maintain the state of our people. But they just give in. For I am no better than my brethren. Doubtless, I will avenge my nation. So he said, I care about my people. I'm going to avenge them. I'm going to do what's right. So without killing somebody, you guys could do that too. You can avenge your nation. When you see sin and the world and the nations bringing in sin, you say, nah, you ain't finna do that. And that's when we be in the highways and the byways, and our examples, when we passing by, we shed our light and we give our people hope and we give them exhortation on what they should be doing. And that's a way for you to avenge, your nation, because these people are coming against your nation to root you out so that you could just be called by the proverb and the byword, and that you could be labeled nothing, darkness, void, black, and that's it, hideous. But we are more than that. We're the greatest people in the world. And so not we're going to talk about it, but we're going to be about it. We're going to show, and we're going to enlighten the rest of our people as much as we can with everything that lieth within us. Right, Javon? We're going to enlighten our people as much as we can with everything that lieth within us. That's your job. Take that responsibility upon yourself. Don't think about your dad. Don't think about brothers across from you, next to you. You have a responsibility to avenge your nation by doing the right thing. You don't have to kill nobody. You just set the tone and set the pace of being a good example. If you were some example of some superstar rapper that wore these colors to show you how people jump on the bandwagon back in the 90s. Let me see, was it 90s or early 2000s maybe? It was a little young, a young group of kids about your age, crisscross.
Yes.
Make you want to jump. Somebody, you know what they did? They wore their clothes backwards. So they started a trend. Everybody wore wild colors, and they wearing their clothes backwards. Let me find a little music.
They try to convince one song. Maybe it's time to stand up to these slow, archaic CRMs. We deserve a CRM that doesn't take forever to create a report. We need a
I don't know where the line is at. What do they about to say exactly? Yeah. Yeah, man, they came on the scene wearing all these different colors and stuff like that, with the jersey on backwards and the blue jeans on backwards, and they started the backwards thing. So if ever you seen somebody wearing their clothes on backwards, some little kids did that. Some youngsters did that. So don't tell me that you can't make an impression being young. Man, people looking for somebody young to follow. They're looking for you, Javon. They're like, where is the 15-year-old young man so we can follow his example? Thousands of people looking for you, man, to follow your example. You got to make your mind up for that to happen, though. You got to put your head in the book and put the book in your head and let it evolve into your spirit and let your spirit grow one moment at a time. Yep. All right. So So back to First Maccabees chapter 13. Let's see. And 6, doubtless I will avenge my nation and the sanctuary, and our wives and children and all the heathen, for all the heathen are gathered to destroy us of very malice. Now, as soon as the people heard these words, their spirit revived. They like, man, we got this. Okay, we can do it. We're going to be with you. And they answered with a loud voice, saying, Thou shalt be our leader instead of Judas and Jonathan, thy brother. Fight thou our battles, and whatsoever thou commandest us, that will we do. So then he gathered together all the men of war and made haste to finish the walls of Jerusalem, and he fortified it round about. Also, he sent Jonathan, the son of Absalom, and with him a great power to Joppe, who casting out them that were therein, remained there in it. So after they put some people out that was in a tower, they stayed there. Or Joppe, they stayed there. So Travan removed from Ptolemais with a great power to invade the land of Judea. And Jonathan was with him in war. But Simon pitched his tents at Adida over against the plain. And when Travan knew that Simon was risen up instead of his brother Jonathan and meant to join battle with him, he sent messengers unto him, saying, Whereas we have Jonathan thy brother in hold, it is for money that he is owing unto the king's treasure, concerning the business that was committed unto him. Wherefore, now send 100 talents of silver and 2 of his sons for hostages, that when he is at liberty, he may not revolt from us, and we let him go, and we will let him go. Whereupon Simon, albeit he perceived that they spake deceitfully unto him, yet sent he the money and the children, lest prevention he shall procure to himself great hatred of the people, who might have said, Because I sent him not the money and the children, therefore is Jonathan dead. So he sent them the children and 100 talents. Howbeit Travan disassembled, neither would he let Jonathan go. And after this came Travan to invade the land and destroy it, going round about by the way that leadeth unto Adora. But Simon and his host marched against him in every place wheresoever he went. Now they that were in the tower sent messengers unto Travan to the end he should hasten his coming unto them by the wilderness and send them victuals. Wherefore Travan made ready all his horsemen to come that night, but there fell a very great snow, by reason whereof he came not. So he departed and came into the country of Galaad. And when he came near to Base Carmel, he slew Jonathan, who was buried there. Afterward, Travan returned and went into his own land. So he had him hostage with him, and instead of delivering them over, he just killed them. If you would imagine, why would he kill them? Why do they kill black men?
That's still a part of the army.
In fear. He was afraid of them. If you let him go, he's going to come back. So when you got somebody in a trap, you don't let them go. You finally apprehended them. You caught them. Good warriors are hard to catch, brother. You just don't want to catch them. They train not to get caught. They be elusive. They deadly. And if you happen to get one, letting him go is your mistake. Cause he ain't gonna let you go twice. So he killed him. It was wrong, but he did it. All right. So then sent Simon and took the bones of Jonathan, his brother, and buried them in Modin, the city of his fathers. And all Israel made great lamentation for him and bewailed him many days. Simon also built a monument upon the sepulchre of his fathers for his brother, and raised it aloft to the site with huge stone behind and before. So you see, when you go to the graveyard and you see these big old stones and monuments and stuff like that, you know, our people, this is the type of stuff they did. But now, when you see that, you're like, oh, they had some money to do that. Those things be costing a lot of money. You know, I would think that this thing that he probably erected, yeah, it will be up there. Yeah, it will be up there. I don't know, maybe 100K plus. It'll be up there. A lot of money. Moreover, he set up 7 pyramids. Now, this is even more costly. One against the other, another for his father and for his mother and for his 4 brethren. And in these he made cunning devices. So check this out. Let's see. You got 4 brothers, the mother, yes, okay, and the father. So verse 29, that's only 6. The 7th one is what? For itself, with instructions. There had to be instructions like, hey, when it happened, put me here with the fam. And that's some of the stuff that we talk about, creating a plan, right? So since we talked about that, did anybody put anything aside, say this is the plan? You should. Because if you before me, they don't come to me and they're going to say, Sham, what we going to do about this? Like, did he have anything? Nope. He didn't have nothing. Like I told him. You start saving?
Me and my family, we just came together and said we were about to go buy burial plots.
Okay.
So mom, sister, me, we're gonna go to the spot and get our plots.
Okay. Well, you know, God forbid you need that bed anytime soon. Yeah, Lord's willing, you got a long way to go, my man. All right.
Yeah.
So start putting something aside. I told y'all that. We'll talk about that another time so we don't get stuck. So in these he made cunning devices, about the which he set great pillars, and upon the pillars he made all their armor for a perpetual memorial. Wow. Ha! Huh? Just imagine how that looks. Yeah, he made a pillar was like a post. And upon that post, it was something that held the armor that they fought in. Like when you see the Football Hall of Fame and you see somebody's helmet or somebody's shoulder pads and stuff like that, where these guys, they had their plate of armor that they had on to keep from being cut as they fought, and probably a helmet that he had on, and probably a sword that they had. This is our history, man. You guys come from a line of exceptional, but first and foremost, before they was warriors, they were righteous men. So be righteous first and foremost, and then be courageous secondary, to believe that the spirit of the Most High is on you and in you, and that you can do any and everything according to his will. Don't be selfish and try to do things on your own and motivated by emotion. No, we don't put our emotion in this. We put our thought in this. Lord, execute your way and your will, and do nothing without counsel and advice. And if you're told to stand down, stand down. If you're told to move forward, move forward. All right. So he made their armor for a perpetual memorial, and by the armor, ships called. Why ships? Because at times, obviously, they would take a ship. You know, what they make you think now, the Vikings were the only ones that would travel, get off and kick some butt, and get back on the ship and go somewhere else and do it. Nope. These guys, they did it too. That they might be seen of all that sail on the sea. So they were that big. They weren't small. So now we got to change our thought process into, if not hundreds of thousands, but in today's world, yeah, maybe hundreds of thousands up. Or whether to say over 1 million, but 7 of them is the type of stuff that you use. Yeah, maybe upward a few million. The stuff that you use, I just recently learned, is the stuff that you use on the inside is it's different than what you use on the outside, as far as the stone and stuff like that. And they use whole stones. So what you get in your department stores are bits and pieces and parts carved and shaved down. So this had to be so big that you can see it from the sea, like the arch.
Right.
Yeah. So it cost some craftsmanship, some finances, and all of that. I guess I'm elaborating on it so that you can see this is where you come from. Yeah. Well,
So I actually looked up the hewn stone, and it said it's a stone that's manufactured basically to build castles. So that same stone that they use to build castles, that's the type of stone that
okay. Let's see. Verse 30. This is the scepter which he made at Modin, and it standeth yet unto this day. Now Trophan dealt deceitfully with the young king Antiochus and slew him. So Trophan is a murderer. He's killing everybody. Israelites, his own people, Greeks, just for greed for his own advancement. And he reigned in his stead and crowned himself king of Asia, and brought a great calamity upon the land. So the Most High began to plague him for being wicked and all his murders that he was committing. Then Simon built up the strongholds in Judea and fenced them about with high walls and great walls, or high towers and great walls, and gates and bars, and laid up victuals therein. So use your imagination. People working construction around the city of Jerusalem, in Judea, in the city of Judea. and they building towers for lookout, for security. You can have arches up on those towers, right? Then it had real great walls, so you just couldn't walk up and jump or climb over that thing. No, they had to be really tall. Gates, you couldn't just pass through. And bars. And they laid up victuals. Was he expecting hard times, war? So they're gonna need food source. So while they could move about and gather and get things, this is what he was doing. Gathering these things up to hold on to these things. So whenever someone tells you to, well, in case of emergency, gather this or gather that, a lot of times people think something is wrong with them. When this guy in his time saw it, and he did it. It's better to have and not need than what? Than to need and not have it. Because then you're thirsty, and you're hungry. And how long does it take for a person's mood to go south? Hey, I will give you a few hours. You get hungry. You're like, oh man, I'm hungry. But then after a couple of hours, you're like, man, shit. Man, I'm hungry. Then the next hour after that, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Like, what's wrong with you? I'm hungry. Like, well, wait a minute. You got to say it like that. Hold up, man. And then as soon as you get something to eat, you start thinking, I could have dealt with that different. I feel a whole lot better. I feel a whole lot better. Dang, I could have dealt with that different. Anybody ever did that? You just take a few bites of something, right? And then you was wondering, like, did that get into my system to the point to where now I have a change of heart? Like, yeah, I could have dealt with that a little different. just that little bit of stuff. I could have dealt with that different. So it's better to have and not need than to need and be hungry. Yeah, could have dealt with that different. All right. What verse? Verse 34. Moreover, Simon chose men and sent to King Demetrius to the end he should give the land immunity, because all that Tryphon did was to spoil. Unto whom King Demetrius answered and wrote after this manner. King Demetrius, unto Simon the high priest and friend of kings, as also unto the elders and nation of the Jews, send it greetings. The golden crown and the scarlet robe, which he sent unto us, we have received. And we are ready to make a steadfast peace with you. Yeah, and to write unto our officers to confirm the immunities which we have granted. Hold on for 1 second. Oh my goodness. Second Ezra 3. All right. Second Ezra 3 and verse 1. I'm going to start at the top, but let me say this. As I read how, pay attention. I don't want your minds to get used to what you're reading. I want to rearrange your mindset, and you can think about both things, and I'll tell you what it is I'm talking about. Simon, he was righteous. His brothers were righteous. So he had no choice but to write the letter and say what he said to Demetrius, who's an Edomite. How many tribes is Esau? It's one. He's Esau, right? He's got different branches of different names, right? He's just one nation, right? How many tribes is Israel?
12.
That's right, brother. 12. So we so big. We're like 12 nations. We've been deceived and tricked into thinking that you are the minority. We've been divided and then conquered. It's more people of the children of Israel than all the world together, all these other nations together. We cannot be counted nor numbered for multitude. That's how many people there are. And yet, being the truly super minority, we are writing to that which is beneath us, asking for immunity. That's the part that I want to rearrange in your minds so that you can understand that we are greater than all people upon the face of the earth, not only in law, statutes, and commandments and our righteousness. Pay attention. But as well as in numbers. So I'm going to show you what happened to the numbers. Okay, that's why. So that's what we, Second Ezra chapter 3, verse 1. It says, in the 30th year after the ruin of the city, we constantly get destroyed. I was in Babylon, so he ended up in Babylon and lay troubled upon my bed, and my thoughts came up over my heart. For I saw the desolation of Zion and the wealth of them that dwelt at Babylon. And my spirit was sore moved so that I could speak words full of fear to the Most High and said. So I'm going to fast forward for time constraints so we can get back to our story. So this is the priest prophet Ezra, who's a Levite, and he was praying to the Most High in the spirit because it had dawned on him about the destruction of the people and the prosperity of the other nation, Esau. This has been going on since the creation of our people, and we've been given the laws, statutes, and commandments. It's been a decline we keep getting murdered, destroyed, population control, child parenthood, abortion clinics, fornication, contraceptives, all kind of stuff. Pure wickedness. So these other nations, they not doing it. They not killing them like they killing us. Remember back in Egypt where the Pharaoh was like, when you see the Hebrew woman on the stool, to kill the babies. If it's a boy, you should kill him. You know. Why say the woman? Because we can reproduce through her. We can use her as a factory. That's all they want you for. You a woman of color, trust and believe. The lie in their mouth, they love you, you this, it ain't like that. You are a damn lie. They don't love you. It's not possible to love you. They cannot love you. It's against the law to love you. They only want you for what's between your legs. Satan takes possession of people and he'll waste your whole life. He'll take the whole life. He'll utilize them and use them the whole life long. Just making you deceive, feeling like you love now. You finally love now. And you're going to waste your whole life down the drain. When you get into the spirit world with God, He's going to tell you that situation was unlawful. Because it's wrote in His scriptures for us not to mix and mingle. You do not see purple birds. A bird, blue and red mixed together. A blue jay and a cardinal mixed together. They just liked each other because they were cool. Y'all like the way you fly. Chirp, chirp, you do. Then they get together and now they create a new species. And you got a purple bird flying around. You don't see that, man. Every kind cleaveth to its like. So now he's praying. Jump over to verse 22. I'll start at 21. 2nd Ezra 3:21. Got it, VJ? For the first Adam burned, a wicked heart transgressed and was overcome. And so be all they that are born of him. Thus infirmity was made permanent. And the law also in the heart of the people with the malignity of the root, so that the good departed away and the evil abode still. So the times passed away and the years were brought to an end. Then didst thou raise thee up a servant called David, whom thou commandest to build a city in thy name and to offer incense and oblations unto thee therein. When this was done many years, then they that inhabited the city forsook thee. So this is Ezra quoting history, and he knew that the Israelites had went away from the Most High. That's what it means, they forsook you. They stopped applying the commandments. When you read things like this, you're supposed to say to yourself, self, I will not forsake the Lord. I'm not going to stop applying the commandments like my ancient forefathers did. I'm going to do different. I'm going to be obedient. If you're a woman, learn how to be a woman following the Lord. If you're a man, learn how to be a man following the Most High. And if you are a child or a young man, learn how to walk in what you understand by being obedient to your parents. And do not forsake the Most High at no shape, form, or fashion doing what you want to do. I know I'm always saying that. What did I just say, Trevon?
not to do not do what you want to do.
Then I said, I know that I'm always saying that, but I'm only saying it because the scriptures are always saying it. No, we're reading the Bible.
Verse 27. And so thou gavest thy city over to the hands of thine enemies. So what began to happen to the people? When we fall into the hands of our enemies, they destroy us, they kill us. They don't have no love for us. And their deeds, are their deeds any better than that inhabit Babylon? Or that they should therefore have the dominion over Zion? For when I came thither, meaning in Babylon, I had seen impieties without number. Then my soul saw many evildoers in this 30th year, so that my heart failed me. For I have seen how thou sufferest them sinning, and hast spared. Check this out. Then we're gonna go back. Wicked doers. So the Most High spared wicked doers. So he's saying he spared Edomites and has destroyed thy people. So you got people living and people what? Dying. And it got to the point to where we shrunk because we're always under the judgment sides, and has preserved thine enemies. So they live and we get killed, and has not signified it. Meaning you ain't made it when it's gonna stop. I do not remember how this may be left. Are they then of Babylon better than they of Zion? And that's why white people think that they better than black people. That's why they think so. Because the Most High ain't crushed them and let them know, no, don't do that. So when they destroy us, because we're in their hands, when they destroy us, nothing is really done about it. They go sleep at nighttime. They go home to little Timmy, who him and Sarah made some cookies, and he just killed somebody. Yeah, he just killed him. I locked him up, and his life is ruined, and he at home eating milk and cookies. You know, he says, are they better than we? We getting destroyed. We getting poisoned. All these different things is happening to us. Numbers are shrinking because they killing us 1,000 different ways, man. Yeah, they killing us all different type of ways. Depression, drugs, alcohol, murder, poverty. That's what, you know, that's why he even back then, from the beginning, the Lord told Abraham before Israel was, if you can count the sands on the seashore, you'll be able to count your descendants. What happened to the descendants? They broke the laws. So it ain't a chance, man. You have a survival without the commandments. It ain't no chance. You just gonna be another statistic, my friends. Don't break the commandments. Keep them all. Everything that the Most High tell you, show you, teach you, correct you. Every time somebody say something to you, adjust it. Fashion yourself. Let me make this adjustment. All right, let me make that adjustment. Let me make this. So what? You got to make an adjustment. You make an adjustment because it's been said. If nothing was wrong, there'd be nothing to say. Humble yourself to it. But you said, I'm gonna stand on business. Lord gonna get you for that. You don't do that, right? That's where the numbers went. That's why he was able to write that out. We're gonna humble ourselves. I wish that you give us an immunity. He shouldn't have nothing to say to us about what's happening in our land. When Israel was whole, we went through the land destroying everybody. You see that? Remember those days? We read it under Moses and Joshua. We went to the land. Everybody that we faced went falling down. Now all of a sudden we got to send a letter asking for immunity. Like, hey man, don't charge us, don't hold us, don't tax us, don't do this, huh? Like they got control to say so. They only got that control to say so because of lawlessness. Don't contribute to a problem. Make this assembly one of the churches of God. That's spiritual. And only you can help make that happen by making a choice to do what's right, even though it hurts you. Right, Dallas? Put that down. Pay attention. Okay, so let's go back. So do we understand what happened to the numbers? What happened to the numbers, Lawrence? We was wiped off for breaking the laws, right? Because we're supposed to be, you cannot count for the multitude or number. If you had a people that, listen, if a people, like say if it's everybody that's in here, would we write 100,000 people and say, bossing them around? Us, this little assembly right here, would we write, let's just say 5,000. You're gonna write 5,000 people bossing them around. You know what you would look like in the midst of them? He said a joke. A dozen of eggs. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's too many people. So even with the Lord on our side, Simon was the counselor. He said, man, knowing that what he got to do, he say, they smoking out there. You want to shut the window? Yeah, shut the window. I smell it over here. Smoking poison. Yeah, that's better. No more poison come through the window. Spraying that stuff with a feminine spirit. Puff, puff, and then all of a sudden they feeling like girls. You ever felt like boing, yoing, yoing? What? Boing, yoing? No, man. What is this you talking about? Smoking gas. The stuff make you move forward in the wrong direction. All right. So where do we stop at? Let's go back to sad. Verse 36. King Demetrius unto Simon the high priest and king's friend of kings. Also unto the elders and nation of the Jews, saying greetings. The golden crown. So we sent them a gold crown, a robe which you sent, we received. We're ready to make peace with you and to write to our officers to confirm the immunities. Officers are people that be out on control. Like, let them go. Don't charge them for this. Don't charge them for that. That's why I sent you back there, so that you can see where it went wrong at. And whatsoever covenants we have made with you shall stand. The strongholds which you have builded shall be your own. So now they telling us what we can do in the land. Do all the brothers see that? Is that right? Not at all. That's like somebody telling you what you can do in your house. Yeah, Okay, I'm gonna give you immunity for this, that, and the third. You don't owe me this. And I see you put a fence up. Yeah, okay, you can leave that. Cause if he say take it down, now they got a problem that he wants them to take it down, or they gonna have a problem. Y'all see you put a birdhouse up. Nah, no birdhouse. I see you did. Nah. So in other words, they have control. Look at this. They got control. What gave them control, Jabril? Immunity. What gave them control? That's the wrong answer. Corin?
Our sin.
Our sins. That's right. Our sins gave them control. Let's see. Joshua chapter 23. This is a good one here. Joshua 23 and verse 8. Let's read this stuff together. Joshua 23 and verse 8. One, two, and three.
But cleave unto the Lord your God, as you have done unto this day. For the Lord hath driven out from before you great nations and strong. But as for you, no man hath been able to stand before you to this day. One man of you shall chase 1,000.
Stop. One man of you shall chase 1,000. So this ain't happening. This not happening. Go ahead, 1, 2, and 3.
For the Lord your God, he is that fight for you, as he hath promised you. Take good heed therefore unto yourselves, that you love the Lord your God. Else if you do anywise go back and cleave unto the remnant of these nations, even these that remain among you, and shall make marriages with them, and go in with them, and they to you.
Stop. You did good until we start messing up. All right. Last one. Verse 13 on 3. 1, 2, and 3.
Know for a certainty that the Lord your God will no more drive out any of these nations from before you, but they shall be snares and traps unto you, and scourges on your sides, and thorns in your eyes, until you perish from off this good land which the Lord your God hath given you.
That's right. And that's the reason why they're writing to old King Demetrius, and they in subjection unto him, etc., etc. So although Simon is just one man and the Mattathias family is just one family, the Most High don't want one family serving him. The Most High wants all families serving him, or you got a problem. So you being here and saying, even in this assembly, you are a problem. Straight up, you are a problem. Whether you know it or not, you are troubling the assembly. You must get yourself together. The Most High ain't changed. We under grace and mercy, but it could be so much different and so much better if everyone was trying within their means. They was exhausting every avenue to their full ability. Whatever your ability is. I ain't saying your ability got to be my ability and my ability got to be your ability. But your ability have to be up to the part that the Most High said, thus said, and he informed you. That's the part. Who don't understand that? That's what the Most High wants. He don't want you closing your mouth, turning your back, but you're full of deceit. And because nobody sees and nobody knows, it's okay. Worry about you and worry about your house. Worry about you and worry about them that run. No. It's not so much as I'm worried about you. It's us that's trying to survive. Even you. So that's why you, as an individual, beloved person, gotta do better. Just do better. You ain't got to do what somebody else is doing. Do what you're supposed to do. Worry about you. That's why the Most High didn't move them Greeks. He said, I ain't driving them out from among you no more. So if you want to know what Israel was doing, you just read it, man. Following up behind them, justifying it, making marriages with them. Come on. These guys, the Maccabees brothers had to kill some of their own people for being wicked. Trying to get sin out of the nation of Israel so the Most High could turn our nation right side up and he can now start fighting the battles for us. Because we, at some points, we became few in number. Go to the book of Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy chapter 28. And 62. Let's read that together on 3. So we'll read 62, 63. We'll read all the way down to 67. It's a good read. Everybody, full participation, and get the rhythm of everybody else. Don't just be a soloist amongst the reader. I can hear you soloists. I will give you a trumpet or something in the midst. Solo. Deuteronomy 28. It's 62. 1, 2, and 3. And ye shall be left few in number, whereas ye were as the stars of heaven for multitude. Stop. You see that? Decrease. Most times you're gonna be left with fewer numbers, man. You ain't gonna be like it was. Because because we were given laws. He gonna punish us. Go ahead on 3, 1, 2, and 3. Because thou wouldest not obey the voice of the Lord thy God. Go ahead. And it shall come to pass that as the Lord rejoice over you to do you good and to rejoice by you, so that the Lord will rejoice over you to destroy you and to bring you to naught. And ye shall be plucked from off the land, whether thou goest to possess it. Can't hear you? Go ahead. And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people, from one end of the earth to the other. And there shalt serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone. So stop. That's serving other gods. Do people kick it in Christianity? Absolutely. Absolutely. Do they kick it in the mind in the Muslim? Yeah. They kick it in Hinduism, Buddhism, and Satanism, and all schisms. They kicking it. They free from this. So when it says you gonna serve other gods, you just think that they going into the mosques and into the churches and they sitting down and they reading the Bible and they twisting and falsely. Brother, they got all this other stuff. What do you think Easter is? They kick it on that. Thanksgiving is they kicking it on all the paganism, the parties that pertain unto all these false gods. They kick Ramadan and what's the other Juneteenth and all the powers to the people, but no laws. They kicking it. You know, Greek fest and all, they kicking it. That's serving other gods right there, man. So let's see. Well, there's more. 65, full participation, 1, 2, and 3.
And among these nations shalt thou find no ease, neither shall the sole of thy foot have rest.
So you won't get no break. Go ahead.
But the Lord shall give thee a trembling heart, and failing of eyes, and sorrow of mind.
And they turn on you. Go ahead.
And thy life shall hang in doubt before thee, and thou shalt fear day and night, and shalt have no assurance of thy life.
Stop. So Simon had to write a letter to Demetrius. You see? That's the curse. Go ahead.
And in the morning thou shalt say, Will God it were evening? And in the evening thou shalt say, Will God it were morning? For the fear of thy heart wherewith thou shalt fear, and for the sight of thy eyes which thou shalt see.
That's it. So things would be so bad that at nighttime you was wishing it was in the morning. Hurry up, come morning. And then at morning time, things would be so bad because they will come in the daytime, man. You would wish the time evolve and go past so that this can stop. Things are horrifying in different time periods amongst things happening among our people. This is a time of repentance. So while you have this open space and opportunity to truly repent, learn the law, statutes, and commandments, without the Most High allowing these people to come in and do this, that, and the third, you should be really doing this. You got people to help you. You got brothers, you got sisters, you got father figures, you got mother figures, you got aunties and uncles and grandparents. You got safe haven. My house is your house, his house is her house is his house is her. You got all of this stuff you ain't never had before. You should never fall on hard times again. Financially, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. You got the fellowship of the Spirit. And yet you still stuck on you because you don't want to sacrifice and give up the oldness you. Most High gonna open the door and show you back to that other world that you came from. Full of addictions. You're going to be addicted to partying. What happens? They get beat up at the club, police brutality, car broken into, car stolen, car jacked, roofied, date raped, all kind of stuff happen in the street. Unfaithful people, rogues, vagabonds, liars, thieves, manipulators. You get the bottom, you get the worst person. The ones that ain't in prison, they out in the street waiting to victimize somebody else. Please trust in the Most High. This is way better. All right. This is what happened. This is why we are few in numbers. And we don't want to add unto this meat grinder. Don't jump in the meat grinder. Lord, destroy me because I don't want to follow the laws. No, don't do yourself like that. He called you in here to save you. Go to the book of Acts. Acts chapter 2. Read verse 44. We're going to read together. Verse 44, 46, and 47. On 3. 1, 2, and 3. And all they that believe were together and had things in common. Verse 46, go ahead.
And they continuing daily one accord in the temple, and breaking bread from house to house, did eat their meat with gladness and singleness of heart,
Go ahead.
praising God and having favor with all the people. And the Lord added to the church daily such as should be saved.
So the Most High called you in here to save you, man. He said, all right, I ain't going to take Patricia and put her in the grinder. I ain't going to take her and kill her. I'm going to send her to the assembly, to the general assembly, and they're going to teach her to walk in his ways. They're going to show her laws, statutes, and commandments. Come on, guys. You're not being hustled. You're not being tricked. You're not being deceived. As a matter of fact, you've been all right. But I perceive that we're taking it. We understand it. That's what I'm taking from it. And I perceive that we are gonna put our best foot forward, and we're gonna continue to try to strive and fight even harder. That's my perception of you. My perception is not that you're not listening and you're gonna do what you want. No. Not me. No, I believe in you. I believe in each and every last one of you, that you got it inside of you, and that you want to do the right thing, and that you will do the right thing. So if you ever needed a vote of confidence, I'm your guy. You ever needed somebody to believe in you, I am your God. I believe in you. I hope the best for you. I want you to do it. And if you ever need help, just call. If I'm busy, I say I'm busy. The next best thing, I'll give you somebody. Hey, they can answer this. They got this. And then I'll circle right back around like a boomerang faithfully. Come right back around. Say, hey, what's up? Let's deal with what you need to deal with. I got you. Because I believe in you. But you gotta want to do it. And that's what I'm trying to persuade you to do it, so that it don't end bad for you. Gray hair ain't something that you can just go out and buy. You gotta earn it. God gotta give it to you. You gotta work hard for it. You gotta live to get it. It's a reward. Experience and understanding great experiences and having successful experiences is a reward. You got to earn it. Knowing people with experience, that's a reward. That's an honor. You got to be present to even perceive and learn that who has experience and who don't have experience. Who know what they're talking about. You got to be present, and that you are. So not being present, take the advice, take the instructions, and do it. It'll be okay. You got this. You can do all things. Stay in the scriptures. Pray unto the Most High in addition to learning the classes and listening unto the instruction. Pray unto the Most High in the Spirit. Ask the Most High, Lord, show me. Confess what you don't know. Ask him to lead you. Ask him to teach you. Ask him to guide you. And ask him not to give you anything that's going to harm you or hurt you. And if a situation that you're dealing with or involved with, say, Lord, if this is not right, show me that it's not right. Don't give me over to something that I'm not supposed to have, regardless of how it may seem appealing or pleasing to you or even beneficial. Everything I do, I ask the Lord, if this is not for me, please don't give this to me. I'm humble enough and strong enough, I'll be okay for you to say no. And if it don't happen, then it don't happen. I go off the prayer and I keep the faith and confidence in what I just asked and what I just said. And I let it happen. If it happened, it was supposed to. If it don't happen, then I don't force it to happen. Because he answered the prayer by now allowing it to happen. Also, I ask advice from all those that are wise. What did I say I do, Jeremiah?
Said you asked those, sorry.
You say you ask advice from all those that are wise.
I ask counsel and advice from all those that are wise, and what they say is what goes. I don't usurp authority because I have authority and say, oh, I got more authority than you. I don't agree with that. So I'm going to do what I want to do. Then there was no reason for me to ask. If they say something against what I was thinking, that's the answer. The Lord spoke. If I have to do it for my own security and you don't do it, you're going to stumble. You're going to fall. If you want to know where my small success come from, that's where it comes from. The Bible says a man of counsel will be considerate. And in the day of sinning, he will avoid. That's me. I ain't trying to have it. Keep those things in mind. Keep it close to you and keep it very dear to you. And you'll grow. You'll do better than you did the last time. Believe in yourself because I believe in you. You got a friend in me. Believe it or not. I'm going to come out the scriptures, but you still got a friend in me. Let's go back. We got more in Corinth, in Maccabees. First Maccabees. It's hard to get past that we had right unto these heathens. Seeing that we had everything set up. Stressing over there. Let's see. Verse 38, moreover, whatsoever covenants we have made with you shall stand. The strongholds which you have built shall be your own. As for any oversight or fault committed this day, we forgive it. The crown tax also, which you owe us. So we owed them taxes. We paid them taxes. And if there be any other tribute made in Jerusalem, it shall no more be paid. Do you know how you go to the store now and you pay taxes on everything? Please, this tells you that they have the right to say no more what? No more taxes. That's right. They have the right. They have the ability. They fool you and say, oh, well, your tax dollars don't pay for the street. Do you make money out of a paper machine, a copy machine? You have stolen all the gold and silver in the world. Fix it with that. Fix it with that. You see, reverse psychology, like we're simple and we go, oh, okay, well, I pay taxes. You know, I ought to get this done. You ought to do it because you got everything. What is this? Name one of the richest guys in the world. Who?
Jeff Bezos.
Jeff Bezos. You go out to eat with Jeff Bezos and you, brother, he expect you to pay the tab. He said, no, wait. He expect you to put your end on. You first and foremost, you already hesitant because of the quality of restaurant he want to eat in. You're like, wait a minute, I don't know about this. Place costs $1,000. Right? They bring you some a couple peas with a drizzle on the plate. Like, wait a minute, what are you supposed to do? How are you supposed to take the pea and just dip it in the trestle? And that's that. You know, we don't eat a big old colossal plate of food. You got to pay for your own meal. This dude's a billionaire, multi-billionaire. Like, you're like, duh. You know, you pay your portion. Like, come on, man. Verse 40. And look who is meet among you to be in our court. Let them be enrolled, and let there be peace between us. So now they want to recruit the Israelites
So with First Maccabees 13:41, thus the yoke of the heathen was taken away from Israel in the 170th year. Then the people of Israel began to write in their instruments and contracts. In the first year of Simon the high priest, the governor and leader of the Jews, in those days Simon camped against Gaza and besieged it round about, and made also an engine of war, and set it by the sea, and battered a certain tower, and took it. And they that were in the engine leaped into the city, whereupon there was a great uproar in the city, insomuch as the people of the city rent their clothes, and climbed upon the wall with their wives and children, and cried with a loud voice, beseeching Simon to grant them peace. Then said they, deal not with us according to our wickedness, but according to thy mercy. So what was Simon doing? Simon was destroying them, because they were, that type of people bring wrath. Yeah. It's like, you can't be here. You can't. This is wickedness. Right? So they asking him to be merciful. So Simon was appeased towards them and fought no more against them. But look what he did. What does it say? But put them out of the city. They gotta go. You gotta go. I ain't gonna kill you, but you gotta go. Because you don't change. Wicked people don't change. They just want you to stop persecuting them. They'll say all manner of things, but they will not change. You gotta go. You gotta go. He put them out. And cleansed the houses wherein the idols were, and so entered into it with songs and thanksgiving. When we read Deuteronomy 28, it told you that they were serving other gods. You just didn't think. You might not have thought, because you didn't read too much into the story. You're like, oh, the Israelites, they were just at peace, and Simon had to rise up to save them. No, these Negroes was tripping. Many of them was tripping. It's just a matter of time to where he had to run into them and catch him doing it. This is why the Greeks are all into our business at this time. And through every generation, you as Israelites, you won't leave that business alone. Leave the devils alone. The Bible says, resist the devil and he'll do what? He'll flee. Okay? So, yeah, he put all uncleanness out of the place, and placed such men there as would keep the law. So commandment keepers took their places, right? All right, and made it stronger than it was before, and built therein a dwelling place for himself. They also of the tower in Jerusalem were kept so strapped that they could neither come forth nor go into the country, nor buy nor sell. Wherefore they were in great distress for want of victuals, and a great number of them perished through famine. So were people barricaded into the tower of whatever victuals that they had. Said, oh, I'm not getting put out, Simon. Simon said, okay, then. Well, if they come out, kill them. So they stayed in there, and they stayed in there until some of them died. Verse 50, then cried they to Simon, beseeching him to be at one with them, which thing he granted them. And when he had put them out from thence, he cleansed the tower from pollutions. So you know what else he did? They got to go. Because all they would do was go over from Main Street to 2nd Street and still sin. And entered into it in the 23rd day of the 2nd month, in the 171st year, with thanksgiving and branches of palm trees, and with harps, cymbals, and viols, and hymns, and songs. So music, because there was destroyed a great enemy out of Israel. He ordained also that day should be kept every year with gladness. Moreover, the hill of the temple that was by the tower he made stronger than it was, and there he dwelt himself with his company. And when Simon saw that John his son was a violent man, he made him captain of all the host, and he dwelt in Gaza. Now, let's see. Okay. Do I start reading the 13th, 14th chapter?
This is First Maccabees 14:1. Now in the 120th year, King Demetrius gathered his forces together and went into Media to get him help to fight against Tryphon. But when Arsaces, the king of Persia and Media, heard that Demetrius was entered within his borders, he sent one of his princes to take him alive, who went and smote the host of Demetrius and took him and brought him to Arsaces, by whom he had put in ward. And after the land of Judea, there was quiet all the days of Simon, for he sought the good of his nation in such wise, as that evermore his authority and honor pleased him well, and as he was honorable in all his acts. So in this that he took Joppa for a haven, and made an entrance to the isles of the sea, and enlarged the bounds of his nation, and recovered the country, and gathered together a great number of captives, and had the dominion of Gazara and Bethsura and the tower, out of the which he took all uncleanness, neither was there any that resisted. Then did they till their ground in peace, and the earth gave her increase.
So this is Simon in charge, right? So now everybody is doing things in peace without war from the nations coming against them. Remember, because Simon is in control, the Most High was allowing them peace because Simon was directing order. He didn't just let sin run rampant. That vexes the Most High. The wrath of God be kindled against people, against the people. The Most High is looking down upon the earth, and he's seeing the leaders just let things pop off and happen. So the Most High was plaguing things and death and war and stuff like that. But through Simon, the Most High saw him doing things, and the Most High let him work and then prospered his work. And it got to the point to where the nations began to like fall back because the Most High wasn't sending them. So they began to fall back. And then something normal in life, now they're tilling ground, having gardens, when before, what was Simon doing? Building a wall with bars and storing victuals for a shit hit the fan type of day. Doing times like that, you ain't outside tilling no garden. So it's a different day and age now. All right, go ahead.
Verse 9. The ancient men sat all in the streets, communing together of good things. And the young men put on glorious and warlike apparel. He provided victuals for the cities, and set in them all manner of munitions, so that his honorable name was renowned unto the end of the world. He made peace in the land, and Israel rejoiced with great joy.
So you see how in Gladiators, they were chanting, Max, Max, Max. What do you think it was like now? Simon, Simon, Simon. Yeah, now he was righteous. He was so good and so strong and so noble that he even had children dressing up like and warlike apparel. Simon was the one that set the tone and set the course and counseled the men with the spiritual advice and leading and giving them the guidance and do this and do that, and all that stuff that they were doing and weren't, that came from Simon. You understand? That came from him. And then it causes the example, it causes the children to want to be like the men that they saw. Hey guys, during that time, they didn't see this day that the children would be imitating them. All they heard was the advice from Simon saying, this is what got to be done. Now, let's just positive optimists say, yo, they love to hear it. They wanted to do it. So they did it, but they didn't know. Do you know what it'd be like if when you see like people wanting to be like you, man? Your brothers be out in camp and people be like, man, I want one of those shirts. You know, they want to be like you. Where can I get one of those from? You know, how can I wear fringes? What is that, the fringes? Who make the fringes? Where can I get that? They want to be like you, man. Your righteousness make people want to be like you. Hey guys, we're trying to now take this book and now tell our life story in righteousness. But it's real life. In order to do that, you got to get past the desire in this world. You got it. You can do it. Now, whatever else, you might think, well, this conversation with this brother, this is nothing, but I love the Lord. Nah, you don't get to this unless you win the conversation with the brother. Because the Most High needs to be able to he needs to be able to walk in you and talk in you and use somebody with a submissive spirit, somebody whose heart is humble, somebody that's coachable, directable, teachable, instructable, reprovable. He needs to be able to use that type of person. You can't just resist the brother, but you like, I'm going to listen to God. Go to 1 Corinthians. No, it don't work like that. All right. 1 Corinthians should be 14. And verse 32. And we'll read that together. On 3. 1, this shows you that you cannot you can't be like, I ain't listening to the brother. I'm gonna listen to God though. 1, 2, and 3.
And the spirit of the prophets are subject to the prophets.
That's right. So the spirit of all the prophets, you got to be subject to the other prophet, bro. Sisters, you got to be subject to other sisters. Subject mean I'm finna listen to what you saying. I can't just ignore what you saying, but I'm gonna listen to God. You didn't listen to the Most High, because the Most High speak to his prophets. All right, so let's go back. We are almost there, guys. We are almost there. This was a necessity that we read the day of Simon, so that when it comes up, we know what we're commemorating, what we're feasting to. A feast where we had rest from oppression from our enemies, and that Israel was in the right spirit. We kept the commandments, and that we had peace. And then the person that did it, he's being commemorated for his sacrifice, for his nation, for his people, and that he didn't just go off and be his own man. I'm gonna be my own man. All right. So back to 1 Maccabees 14. Go ahead. We'll just stop.
1 Maccabees 14 and 11. He made peace in the land, and Israel rejoiced with great joy. For every man sat under his vine and his fig tree, and there was none to fray them. Neither was there any left in the land to fight against them. Yea, the kings themselves were overthrown in those days. Moreover, he strengthened all those of his people that were brought low. The law he searched out, and every contemner of the law and wicked person he took away.
Right. If you bring it in contention and you striving and arguing about what's right, goodbye.
Yep.
Walk them to the gate, man. Make sure they don't come back in. You can't climb the wall. Go ahead.
He beautified the sanctuary and multiplied the vessels of the temple.
That's right. He took care of the sanctuary. The Most High is looking at this man do that. Beautifying the sanctuary is going to do what? Beautifying the sanctuary is going to do what?
Make the people come.
Make the people come. Gonna make them feel homely, make them feel comfortable, make them feel like, oh, it's a pleasant place. All right. That's why you gotta keep the upkeep. You gotta stay on it. You can't just trash it and let it be broken down and let it be any type of way. No, people don't. Things could go that way, but they don't want it to stay that way. They want you to fix it and keep upkeep it. All right. So that's what he did. All right. Go ahead.
Now, when it was heard at Rome and as far as Sparta that Jonathan was dead, they were very sorry. But as soon as they heard that his brother Simon was made high priest in his stead and ruled the country and the cities therein, they wrote unto him in tables of brass to renew the friendship and league which they had made with Judas and Jonathan his brother, which writings were read before the congregation at Jerusalem. And this is the copy of the letters that the Lacedaemonians sent, the rulers of the Lacedaemonians, with the city unto Simon the high priest, and the elders and the priests, and the residue of the people of the Jews, our brethren, send greetings. The ambassadors that were sent unto our people certified us of your glory and honor, wherefore we were glad of their coming, and did register the things that they spake in the council of the people in this manner. Numenius, son of Antiochus, and Antipater, son of Jason, the Jews' ambassador, came unto us to renew the friendship they had with us. And it pleased the people to entertain the men honorably, and to put the copy of their ambassage in public records, to the end the people of the Lacedaemonians might have a memorial thereof. Furthermore, we have written a copy thereof unto Simon the high priest. After this, Simon sent Numenius to Rome with a great shield of gold of 1,000 pound weight to confirm the league with them. Whereof, when the people heard, they said, what thanks shall we give to Simon and his son?
So now listen to this. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
For he and his brethren and the house of his father have established Israel, and chased away in fight their enemies from them, and confirmed their liberty. So then they wrote it in tables of brass, which they set upon pillars in Mount Zion. And this is the copy of the writing, the 18th day of the month Elul, in the 120th year, being the 3rd year of Simon the high priest. At Saramel, in the great congregation of the priests, and the people and rulers of the nation, and elders of the country, were these things notified unto us. For as much as oftentimes there have been wars in the country, wherein for the maintenance of their sanctuary and the law, Simon the son of Mattathias of the posterity of Jerob, together with his brethren, put themselves in jeopardy, and resisting the enemies of their nation, did their nation great honor. For after that, Jonathan, having gathered his nation together, and being their high priest, were added to his people. Their enemies purposed to invade their country, that they might destroy it, and lay hands on the sanctuary. At which time Simon rose up and fought for his nation, and spent much of his own substance, and armed the valiant men of his nation, and gave them wages.
Wow. out of his pocket. Go ahead.
And fortified the cities of Judea, together with Bethshur, that lieth upon the borders of Judea, where the armor of the enemies had been before, but he set a garrison of Jews there. Moreover, he fortified Joppa, which lieth upon the sea, and Gaza, that bordered upon Azotus, where the enemies had dwelt before. But he placed Jews there, and furnished them with all things convenient for the reparation thereof. The people thereof, seeing the acts of Simon, and unto what glory he had thought to bring his nation, made him their governor and chief priest.
So they saw his effort. They saw his energy. They saw his spirit. Go ahead.
Because he had done all these things, and for the justice and faith which he kept to his nation, and for that he sought by all means to exalt his people. For in his time things prospered in his hands, so that the heathen were taken out of their country, and they also there were in the city of David in Jerusalem, who had made themselves a tower, out of which they issued, and polluted all about the sanctuary, and did much hurt in the holy place. But he placed Jews therein, and fortified it for the safety of the country and the city, and raised up the walls of Jerusalem. King Demetrius also confirmed him in the high priesthood according to those things, and made him one of his friends, and honored him with great honor. For he heard say that the Romans had called the Jews their friends and confederates and brothers, and that they had entertained the ambassadors of Simon honorably. Also that the Jews and the priests were well pleased that Simon should be their governor and high priest forever, until there should arise a faithful prophet.
Right. So in this, you should know that those brothers that he sent the 1,000-pound shield of gold to, the Lacedaemonians, those were Israelites that were living in the region of Rome. And that Esau, that was down with Demetrius, had figured out the affiliation of those people that lived amongst them with the ones with Simon in them. Okay, so that's why I was waiting for a part to just trying to show you where, go back where it says verse 38, King Demetrius confirmed, and verse 39, made him one of his friends. He's talking about Simon, right? He honored him with great honor, for he had heard say that the Romans, like, you know, the Romans in the book of Romans, right? The Romans had called the Jews their friends and confederates, right? And brethren, right? And that they had entertained the ambassadors of Simon honorably. Go ahead.
Verse 42. Moreover, that he should be their captain, and should take charge of the sanctuary, to set them over their works, and over the country, and over the armor, over the fortresses. That I say, he should take charge of the sanctuary. Beside this, that he should be obeyed of every man, and that all the writings in the country should be made in his name, and that he should be clothed in purple and wear gold. Also, that it should be lawful for none of the people or priests to break any of these things, or to gainsay his words, or to gather an assembly in the country without him, or to be clothed in purple, or to wear a buckle of gold. And whosoever should do otherwise, or break any of these things, he should be punished. Thus it liked all the people to deal with Simon, and to do as he had said. Then Simon accepted hereof, and was well pleased to be high priest, and captain, and governor of the Jews, and the priests, and to defend them all. So they commanded that this writing should be put in the tables of brass, and that they should be set up within the compass of the sanctuary in a conspicuous place. Also, that the copies thereof should be laid up in the treasury, to the end that Simon and his sons might have them.
Is it? Okay. So for the love of the Most High, look at the great name that this brother had got to himself. The love for just doing the right thing. Right? Right. That's what we're shooting for. Guys, do the right thing. And Most High help us along the way. So this is a prime example of, let's see. Sirach 4:7. Get that. Excuse me. Sirach 4:7. It says, "Get thyself the love of the congregation." I think we just read how. Right? Yeah. Start our process. And the congregation will love you. They loved him so much that they gave him all those hats, and they gave him that responsibility. And they said, if anybody don't obey him, it's off. It's on for them. It's on for them. Why did they decree all of those things and say, hey, this is how we're gonna roll? Who gave them success like him? Nobody. They hadn't had success like that. It was to the point to where all the kings were taken down. Nobody, you know how policemen up right now ride up and down our streets? There was nobody to do that. So what he says works. So you don't fix that. There's nobody that you can arise greater than that. That's a blood thing. That's chosen by the Most High. His son gonna rise to the occasion. Right? His son. And if his son stays in the spirit and does everything, his son is going to be seen doing that. His son ain't going to be just rewarded because he's bloodline. His son gonna be doing the work. And people gonna be able to see it. And they're gonna be like, well, this is where we're going with, because this is something that we can see. Just like he was. He was already doing the work when he stepped up. Remember, he stepped up to exhort the people. He lost all his brothers. He was involved with the rest of his brothers. Any questions? You thinking? All right. All right. Sound like I'm finna hear All right. What about online? Any questions online? You can hear really nice. All right. Why he lose his brother's blood family? Why did he lose it? Well, just yeah, thank you. Yeah, he just ran his course. When I first read about the brothers dying and Judas's death, I was hurt. I'm emotional. I was like, oh no, what? This is not what he got caught. I was like, oh no, say it ain't so. I gotta read this again. But yeah, yes, his course was he fought a good fight. He ran his course, and that was that. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 3. So Wisdom of Solomon chapter 3 and verse 1, it says, but the souls of the righteous are in the hand of God, and there shall no torment touch them. In the sight of the unwise, they seem to die, and their departure is taken from misery, and they're going from us to be utter destruction, but they are in peace. See what the Lord said? Yeah, because when you leave here, it ain't you just see the shell, you just see the flesh. The Most High got an infinite number of fleshes. You know what I'm saying? It's the spirit. This earthly tabernacle, we're so accustomed and used to that, we have no remembrance. Let's get that. Ecclesiastes chapter 1. Then I'm gonna come back and finish this. Ecclesiastes chapter 1, that's in the Bible. In verse 11, it says, there is no remembrance of former things. So, like now, you can't remember anything about where you were before here. Before here, you all was with the Most High. You don't remember. You can try and search the Rolodex, the memory, it's not there. You could never find it. It's not there. You can think and think and think. You can't even imagine. You don't have a slightest clue of how it even looks to be there. Now listen. Neither shall there be any remembrance of things that are to come with those that shall come after. So, what is that saying? So, people that come, like little Bird just walked past. Bird can't even remember where he came from. No. Nobody does. You will go back into the Father after you did your mission, ran your course, did what you're supposed to have done. And if you did what you were supposed to do, then there's no torment for you. There's no consequence of judgment to face because you ran your course. You did exactly what the Most High put you in this earth to do forever, for however long you was meant to be here. That's why it's our job to stir your memory and say, hey, get back into a space and place that you're supposed to be. A place of righteousness, something that's acceptable unto the Most High. So that when you do, you're not answering for crimes against the covenant of the Most High that he had made with you while you was here. All right. So let's go back to Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 3. So Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 3, and then verse 2 again. In the sight of the unwise, they seem to die. So why is it they're being called unwise? Jump over to the 4th chapter and the 17th verse. It's that they don't understand. For they shall see the end of the wise and shall not understand. So you see the conclusion of somebody's life and don't understand what God in his counsel have decreed of him. So you don't know what the Most High decreed of the person that you know. Let's just say you've been liking love. His path ended here, but it didn't end with the Lord. It says, and to what end the Lord have set him in safety. So the Most High set him in safety at the end, to where there's no torment that touched him. Go back to the 2nd verse in chapter 3. For their departure is taken for misery. Didn't want them to go. Held on to him. One of the greatest things that you can do from people while you have them is love them, care for them, learn from them, cherish and nourish. Build with them, be fond, use the opportunity that you have while you have it. You don't have it for long, guys. Use the opportunity that you have while you have. you're gonna be saying you thought you had time. You don't have time. You got today. You have today. I think that we get so used to one another that you feel you have that opportunity granted to you that it's always going to be there. Husbands, love your wives. Wives, love your husbands. Children, love your parents. Parents, love your children. Brothers, love one another. Sisters, love one another. Because you never know when somebody is next. So we're talking about, I'm talking about Judas and Jonathan and all the Maccabees brothers. Simon didn't know that when he woke up that day and, he sent his brothers out on missions that they would not come home. They always come home. That day was no different from any other day. You see, but those that are, they really don't think past their affection or their emotion, they feel misery behind it because they wasn't ready for that. But the Most High had already decreed. Say he's done enough. Simon wouldn't have never stepped up. He'd continue to let Judas do it. And Simon's son was in the making. Probably was a kid, little boy. Most I had to bring him up so he can do what he had to do. The will of the Lord had to keep marching forward. So, yeah, that's how it is, though. They all right. So, Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 3 and 3, it says, and they're going from us to be utter destruction, but they're at peace. But though they be punished in the sight of men, it seems like men win and we lose. And it seemed to be like, they got dealt wrong. Da, 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 da. Yet is their hope full of immortality. So another example of being punished in the sight of men and having hope full of immortality, go to the book of Acts. Acts chapter 7. So this is Let's see. I'll give you the beginning of this. It's concerning a man named Stephen that got murdered. And although it was, like the scriptures say, it was brutal, he was full of hope. Okay, I'll just jump here. Bear with me, guys. I'm sorry. So I'm gonna start it in the 6th chapter and verse 8, and I'll skip around. So Acts chapter 6, verse 8, and Stephen, full of faith and power, did great wonders and miracles among the people. Then there arose certain men of the synagogue, which is called the synagogue of the Libertines, and the Cyrenians, and the Alexandrians, and of them of Cilicia and of Asia, disputing with Stephen. And they were not able to resist the wisdom and spirit by which he spake. So he was wise and sharp as a tack, as a knife, sharp as a razor. They couldn't resist it. How he spoke and everything. Then they suborned men which said, we have heard him speak blasphemous words against Moses and against God. So now it's a low blow to stop him. And they stirred up the people and the elders and the scribes, and came upon him and caught him and brought him to the council, and set up false witnesses, which said, this man ceased not to speak blasphemous words against this holy place and the law. For we have heard him say that this Yahushua of Nazareth, whom the world calls Jesus, shall destroy this place, and shall change the customs which Moses delivered us. And all that sat in the council, looking steadfastly on him, saw his face as it had been the face of an angel. So they saw him spiritual, and they saw righteousness on him, and still allow people to convict him, to condemn him. Then said the high priest, are these things so? Remember the authority that the priests have, right? They're like the police. And he said, men, brethren, now this is Stephen, father and fathers, hearken. Meaning, listen, the God of glory appeared unto our father Abraham when he was in Mesopotamia, before he dwelt in Charan, and said unto him, get thee out of thy country and from thy kindred, and come unto the land which I shall show thee. Then came he out of the land of the Chaldeans and dwelt in Charan. And from thence, when his father was dead, he removed him into this land wherein ye now dwell. And he gave him none inheritance in it, no, not so much as to set his foot on. Yet he promised that he would give it to him for a possession, and to his seed after him, when as yet he had no child. And God spake on this wise, that his seed should sojourn in a strange land, and that they should bring them into bondage and entreat them evil 400 years. And the nations to whom they shall be in bondage will I judge, said God. And after that shall they come forth and serve me in this place. And he gave him the covenant of circumcision. And so Abraham begot Isaac and circumcised him the 8th day. And Isaac begot Jacob, and Jacob begot the 12 patriarchs. And the patriarchs, moved with envy, sold Joseph into Egypt. But God was with him and delivered him out of all afflictions and gave him favor and wisdom in the sight of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and made him governor over Egypt and all his house. Now there came a dearth over all the land of Egypt and Canaan and great affliction, and our fathers found no sustenance. But when Jacob heard that there was corn in Egypt, he sent out our fathers first. And at the second time, Joseph was made known to his brethren, and Joseph's kindred was made known to Pharaoh. Then sent Joseph and called his father Jacob to him, and all his kindred, 70 souls. So Jacob went down into Egypt and died, he and all our fathers, and were carried over into Shechem, and laid in the sepulchre that Abraham brought for a sum of money of the sons of Emor, the father of Shechem. But when the time of the promise drew nigh, which God had sworn to Abraham, the people drew and multiplied in Egypt, till another king arose which knew not Joseph. The same dealt subtlety with our kindred and evil entreated our fathers, so that they cast out their young children to the end they might not live. In which time Moses was born and was exceeding fair, and nourished up in his father's house 3 months. And when he was cast out, Pharaoh's daughter took him up and nourished him for her own son. And Moses was learned in all the wisdom of the Egyptians, and was mighty in words and in deeds. And when he was full 40 years old, it came into his heart to visit his brethren, the children of Israel. And seeing one of them suffer wrong, he defended him and avenged him that was oppressed and smote the Egyptians. Be quiet, Bert. And he supposed his brethren would have understood how that God by his hand would deliver them, but they understood not. And the next day he showed himself to them as they strove, and would have set them at one again, saying, Sirs, ye are brethren, why do ye wrong one to another? But he that did his neighbor wrong thrust him away, saying, Who made thee a ruler and a judge over us? Wilt thou kill me as thou didst the Egyptian yesterday? Then fled Moses at the sand, and was a stranger in the land of Midian, where he begat 2 sons. And when 40 years were expired, there appeared to him in the wilderness of Mount Sinai an angel of the Lord in a flame of fire in a bush. When Moses saw it, he wondered at the sight. So at this point, Moses is 80. And as he drew nigh to behold it, the voice of the Lord came unto him, saying, I am the God of thy fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. So all this is Stephen explaining. He's breaking it down. He's at a council. They brought him to council for blasphemy. So he's breaking down the history, letting the people know, hey, I'm down with everybody else. Then Moses trembled and does not behold. Then said the Lord to him, Put off thy shoes from thy feet, for the place wherein thou standest is holy ground. I have seen the affliction of my people which is in Egypt, and I have heard their groanings, and I am come down to deliver them. And now come, I will descend thee into Egypt. This Moses whom they refused, saying, Who made thee a ruler and a judge? The same did God send to be a deliverer by the hand of the angel which appeared to him in the bush. Pay attention. It's coming up. He brought them out. So this is Stephen explaining once again. He brought them out after that he had showed wonders and signs in the land of Egypt and in the Red Sea and in the wilderness 40 years. This is that Moses which said unto the children of Israel, A prophet shall the Lord your God raise up unto you of your brethren, like unto me, him shall ye hear. This he said, this is he that was in the church in the wilderness with the angel which spake to him in the Mount Sinai. Remember, he's just now he's explaining to them about the Christ, Yahweh Shai, whom they call Jesus, right? All right. And with our Father who received the lively oracles to give unto us, because he's on trial because they misunderstand that when Christ said he's going to destroy the temple and rise it again in 3 days, he was talking about himself. They thought that he had threatened the sanctuary, right? This is what they thought, but he wasn't talking about the sanctuary. He was talking about himself. So Stephen is saying the guy that y'all talking that is blasphemy to speak about, this is the guy that Moses prophesied about in the book of Exodus. Verse 39, to whom our fathers would not obey, but thrust him from them, and in their hearts turned back again into Egypt, saying unto Aaron, make us gods to go before us. For as for this Moses, which brought us out of the land of Egypt, we were not what is become of him. And they made a calf in those days and offered sacrifices to the idol and rejoiced in the works of their own hands. Then God turned and gave them up to worship the host of heaven, as it is written in the book of the prophets, O house of Israel, have ye offered to me slain beasts and sacrificed by the space of 40 years in the wilderness? Yeah, you took up the tabernacle of Molech and the star of your God Remphan, figures which ye made to worship them. And I will carry you away beyond Babylon. Our fathers had the tabernacles of witness in the wilderness, as he had appointed, speaking unto Moses, that he should make it according to the fashion that he had seen, which also our fathers that came after brought in with Joshua into the possession of the Gentiles, whom God gave out before the face of our fathers unto the days of David. It says Jesus was talking about Joshua. Verse 46, who found favor before God and desired to find a tabernacle for the God of Jacob, but Solomon built him a house. Howbeit the Most High dwelleth not in temples made with hands, but as said the prophet. So reading all this is important because something's going to happen while he's giving his testimony. Heaven is my throne and earth is my footstool. What house will you build me, said the Lord. So he's reciting all of this. What is this place? What is the place of my rest? Have not my hand made all these things? Listen, listen, listen. Ye stiff-necked and uncircumcised in heart. Remember what type of person he is. He was wise. You couldn't gainsay him. It was nothing you could do with him. He was extremely sharp and seasoned. So then he come and he called all of them for dealing with him stiff-necked and uncircumcised in heart and ears. You do always resist the Holy Ghost. As your fathers did, so do you. So he knew the truth about them, right? That they wasn't walking in the spirit. They was resisting it. Which of the prophets have not your fathers persecuted? And they have slain them, which was showed before of the coming of the just one, of whom ye have been now the betrayers and murderers, who have received the law by the disposition of angels and have not kept it. It's like the Most High sent angels personally down here to give the laws to you, and you did not but kill them, betray them and kill them. When they heard these things, they were cut to the heart. Ugh. They gnashed their teeth on him. They gnashed on him with their teeth. They got vexed at him. But he, being full of the Holy Ghost, looked up steadfastly into heaven and saw the glory of God and Yahweh Shai standing on his right hand. So the Most High opened up the heavens and he was able to see in the spirit world right then and there. Listen. So it says, and said, behold, I see the heavens open and the Son of Man standing on the right hand of God. Then they cried out with a loud voice and stopped their ears and ran upon him with one accord and cast him out of the city. They dragged him and beat him and stoned him right then and there. And the witnesses laid down their clothes at the young man's feet, whose name was Saul. So Saul was right there at the slaughter, at the murder and apprehension of this prophet, Stephen. And they stoned Stephen, calling upon the Lord. So Stephen was calling upon the Lord and saying, Lord, Yahweh Shai, receive my spirit. They was killing him. And he kneeled down and cried with a loud voice, Lord, lay not this sin to their charge. And when he had thus said this, he fell asleep. He died at their hands right there and there. Yep. Went through all of that. He's trying to enlighten them and justify them. And as soon as he struck a nerve, they turned on him and they killed him, man. So let's go back to Wisdom of Solomon 3 and we'll finish right there at that point. Wisdom of Solomon chapter 3 and verse 4. For though they be punished in the sight of men. So all Israel, like he got punished. Yet is their hope full of immortality. So the hope that Stephen had in him was hope that make you rise again, man. His hope was full of immortality. He know that he's gonna resurrect. He was good. He was good within himself. He did his job. And that was a testimony against all of those men. They got blood on their hands. Israel is used to killing their servants, killing their prophets, because Israel, they hate righteousness. And then they take it even more personal when you're trying to encourage them. That's why weigh the words and the balance. Israelites are murderers, man. Be mindful. I've taught and preached people that hate me. I could see your action. I could see your behavior. You say 1 minute you love, you like what's being said. Another minute you got hate. So I use this. I'm like, okay, let me be wise and smart on what I say to you, what I deal with you. You see, what was the stress? What triggered them? When he called them stiff-necked. That triggered them. They got offended. They got vexed. They got cut. You gonna say that about me? Be mindful. Be mindful what you say to people, man. If you gonna be that way, I'm gonna let it just be that way. It's a little more. And having been a little chastised, they should be greatly rewarded. For God proved them and found them worthy to himself. As gold is in the furnace, have he tried them and received them as a burnt offering. For in the time of their visitation, they shall shine and shall run to and fro like sparks among the stubble. That's the return. Once they return, they're going to be lit. They're going to be on fire. They're going to be doing all kind of stuff. They shall judge the nations and have dominion over the people. And their Lord shall reign forevermore. They that put their trust in him shall understand the truth. You will understand that this is how it's going to be. And such as be faithful in love shall abide with him. For grace and mercy is to his saints, and he have care for his elect. So we'll stop it. Further going to the ungodly and wicked, won't have to go into it. We're going to just let it rest right there. All right. So Matthew 26.
The book of Matthew, chapter 26 and verse 6. Now when Christ was in Bethany in the house of Simon the leper, there came unto him a woman having an alabaster box of very precious ointment, and poured it on his head as he sat at meat. But when his disciples saw it, they had indignation, saying, to what purpose is this waste? But his ointment might have been sold for much and given to the poor. And when Christ understood it, he said unto them,
Send that text out.
why trouble ye the woman? For she hath wrought a good work upon me. For ye have the poor always with you, but me you have not always. From that she had poured this ointment on my body, she did it for my burial. Verily I say unto you, wheresoever this gospel shall be preached in the whole world, there shall also this that this woman hath done be told for a memorial of her. I want to give all praises to the Most High for giving this woman Mary a kind by the Spirit to come with Christ before his burial. And the Lord said, whatsoever this gospel is to be preached, this too that this woman hath done be told for a memorial of her. The Lord's communion, 1 Corinthians chapter 11 and verse 23. For I have received of the Lord that which also I delivered unto you, that the Lord the Christ, the same night in which he was betrayed, took bread. And when he had given thanks, he brake it and said, take, eat, this is my body which is broken for you. This do in remembrance of me. After the same manner also, he took the cup when he had supped, saying, this cup is the New Testament in my blood. This do ye as oft as ye drink it in remembrance of me. For as often as ye eat this bread and drink this cup, ye do show the Lord's death till he come. Wherefore, whosoever shall eat this bread and drink this cup of the Lord unworthily shall be guilty of the body and blood of the Lord. But let a man examine himself, and so let him eat that bread and drink that cup. For he that eateth and drinketh unworthily, eateth and drinketh damnation to himself, not discerning the Lord's body. For this cause many are weak and sickly among you, and many sleep. For if we would judge ourselves, we should not be judged. But when we are judged, we are chastened of the Lord, that we should not be condemned with the world.
My pen back, yeah. I want to rewrite your story so I give my glory. I am holy. Apart and apart from me, there is no other me. I'm restoring, yeah. I am that energy, that spiritual energy. Yeah, that entity expressed in me like what I can see. I change like the seasons, giving you evidence to believe it's me. Removing out the lies, analytical, psychological reasons of being deceived. Open your eye and you will see. Receive my spiritual energy. Let me anoint every fiber of your being. Physically, I'm unable to be seen. So I need my vessel to do it for me. Yeah. But I see you, I can feel you. Yeah, I breathe you. Because I put my breath inside of you, coming into my presence. Where you at? You take breath and draw it. I won't let my spirit be your eyes, your eyes, your heart, to your soul. Let my spirit be your eyes, your eyes, your heart, to your soul. Let my spirit be your eyes, your eyes, your heart, to your soul. What happened? In my jealousy, through your but you remember your own pleasure. So I had to divorce you. In my discipline, it's the truth. When I love you, you are my first love, and you are my life. see me first. I'll give you one more final chance. I've always been more faithful husband. I can make you. Let me watch down your suffering. Oh, yeah. So put this on piano. And it's fucking like yo. I just feel it. Oh,
All right, saints. It's time. All right. So most high in the name of Christ, Yahweh Shai. Thank you for the food and drink. Amen.
Amen.
All right. So let it be. This is body which is broken for you. All right. This is blood. All right. Okay, that's it. We're gonna stand and face Jerusalem. Okay, Israel.
If every man was just like me, what kind of sanctuary would this be?
The Lord's Prayer, Matthew 6 and 9. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Christ's name we pray, amen.
Amen.
The laborers prayer, Luke 10 and 2, therefore said he unto them, the harvest truly is great, but the laborers are few. Pray therefore the Lord of the harvest that he will send forth laborers into his harvest. Bless you, Most High, King of heaven and earth, and all things, Most High, in the name of the Christ. Send more disciples and teachers to your harvest, to gather your people Israel, and send counsel behind your laws, to stand before thy people Israel. Give to us strength to break down our lies with thy word. In Christ's name we pray, amen.
Amen.
The blessing of Israel, Numbers chapter 6:24, children of Israel, the Lord bless thee and keep thee. The Lord make his face shine upon thee and be gracious unto thee. The Lord lift up his countenance upon thee and give thee peace. In Christ's name we pray, amen.
Amen.
All right, children of Israel, bless one another.
Most High name of Christ bless you all.
I said there's some chocolate chip ones. I thought you told me.
All right, thanks. Guess it's that time. About to shut it down. Y'all enjoy the rest of the Sabbath, all right? Most High in Christ bless her.
No.